Good evening. This is a special and regular meeting of the Hollister City Council on May 6, 2024. Meeting is now called to order. It is 5 p.m. City Clerk, could you please call roll?
Councilmember Perez,
Present.
Councilmember Resendez. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Resendez,
Here.
Councilmember Morales, Councilmember Burns,
Here.
and Mayor Casey.
Here.
I'd also like to report that the agenda for the City Council of the City of Hollister special and regular meetings of May 6, 2024 was posted on the bulletin board at City Hall on May 3rd, 2024 at 3:45 p.m. per Government Code Section 54954.2. Thank you.
Show on the public hearing notice. You want me just to read that? Okay. Public hearing for approving revisions to the city's master fee schedule has been canceled. The public hearing will be noticed and rescheduled for a future date. City Clerk, are there any public comments on closed session items?
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments for any of the closed session items.
All right. City Attorney, could you announce the closed session?
Yes, Mayor. 4.1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 or 3 of subdivision D of Section 54956.9 of the Government Code, 2 cases. 4.2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, initiation of litigation pursuant to paragraph 4 of subdivision D of Section 54956.9 of the Government Code, deciding whether to initiate litigation, 1 case. 4.3, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, agency designated representative, city manager David Maroney, and administrative services director Casey Astorga. Employee organizations, Service Employees International Union, SEIU Local 521, Hollister Firefighters Union, HFFU Local 3395, Hollister Peace Officer Association, HPOA, and unrepresented employees and classifications designated as executive management.
All right. Can I get a motion to adjourn to closed session? Is there a second? All those in favor? Yes.
Yes.
Opposed? All right. Motion carries 5-0.
If we want to pull something like
All right, good evening. We're convening a regular meeting of the Hollister City Council. Meeting is now called to order. It is 6:30 p.m. Councilmember Burns, could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready to begin. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City Attorney, do we have any reportable action from closed session?
Nothing to report, Mayor and Council.
Okay. Well, we're going to do some special orders of the day. First, we have a childcare provider proclamation. We don't have anyone here to receive it. It's going to be delivered later, but I'll just read it very quickly. Honoring Provider Appreciation Day, whereas childcare has provided a safe, nurturing place for the enrichment and development of millions of children nationwide and is a vital force in our economy. And whereas the COVID-19 pandemic illuminated how indispensable childcare providers are for the well-being and economic security of Hollister's young children, families, and communities. And whereas the city of Hollister recognizes that childcare has been and continues to be a lifeline for families, communities, and the economy. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Casey, Mayor of Hollister, do hereby proclaim May 10th, 2024 as Provider Appreciation Day in the city of Hollister and urge all citizens to recognize childcare providers for their important work and how valuable they are for our communities. And now we have an Indigenous Women Awareness Proclamation. Vera, did you want to come down and all? Okay. Declaring May as Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Month and recognizing May 5th as Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Awareness Day. Whereas the Red Dress Project has brought international attention to the issue of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls through the powerful symbol of red dresses representing the absence of these women and girls. And whereas the red dress is a sacred symbol that evokes the lifeblood connection between all individuals and serves as a visual reminder of the hundreds, perhaps thousands of North American Indigenous women and girls who have been murdered or disappeared over the past decades. And whereas the haunting presence of the red dress in public spaces serves as a poignant reminder and a call to action to address the prevalent violence against Indigenous women and girls. And whereas the city of Hollister recognizes the significance of the Red Dress Project and supports the ongoing efforts to raise awareness around the crisis of MMIWG and commits to participating in awareness to honor the memory of the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Casey, Mayor of Hollister, do hereby proclaim May 5th as Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Awareness Day and the month of May as Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Month, and urge local, state, and federal governments to take immediate and effective actions to investigate these cases, support the families affected, and work towards ending the cycle of violence against Indigenous women and girls.
Well, on behalf of the Indigenous Nations Diversity Network, I accept this proclamation and thank the City Council for giving recognition for those women that we have lost. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to move on to public input. This is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the records, and speak to the city council. If you're joining us via Zoom, please click on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. If you're joining us via Zoom using a cell phone, please press star 9. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note that state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any items not on the agenda. Do we have any public comments?
Yes, Mayor Casey, we have one speaker, Irene Davis.
Good evening. My name is Irene Davis, and I'm here tonight representing a new destination marketing organization. We are called Visit San Benito County, and we will be promoting tourism in the entire county. We would like to be put on your agenda for the next available meeting so that we can make a formal presentation and request some funding for our group. We're a nonprofit 501c6 organization, and we started in the fall after the Bonito Link listening sessions. I went to one on agritourism, and there were quite a few people there. And Michelle from the chamber was also there, and she said that the chamber can't take on tourism anymore. They have to focus on membership. So that kind of gave the green light to a lot of us to go ahead and form a group. So we've been meeting since November. We're a legal entity, and we're really excited and ready to get going. And we hope that we can tell you more about it when we're on your agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Casey, we have another person who's raised their hand, Barry Gall.
Yes, good evening, Council. My name is Barry Gall. I've been a resident of Hollister for about 8 years now. Recently has been brought to my attention. I visited a website, gtvflyers.com, and also I went to nyc.gov and looked up oral circumcision, and I found out that rabbis are allowed to place their mouths.
Okay, so this is the city attorney. You can speak to matters that are within the purview of
Nigger,
the
nigger,
city
white
council.
fucking-
This is your first warning, otherwise you'll be cut off.
Fuck you, bitch, nigger
Okay,
loving
cut him
faggot.
off. He's been warned.
The next public speaker is Roman Chadwell.
Roman Chadwell here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Fantastic. I'd like to speak about the pride flag this evening. It appears that a child predator designed the most recent pride flag. Research has shown that rainbow colors attract the curiosity and delight of children. So while luring our children with a dazzling rainbow-colored smokescreen, these child predators attempt to explore children's anuses. The most
Okay, your
recent-
comments need to be within the purview of the city council. That's not within the jurisdiction of the city council. This is your first warning. Next comment, you'll be cut off.
Okay, thank you. The most recent iteration of the pride flag features an umbrella anus clearly
Okay,
ruined and
that's it. Cut him
prolapsed.
off. Thank you, city clerk.
Those are all the public comments.
All right. All right. So we're going to move on to the consent agenda. Do any members of council have brief questions or comments on consent?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Vice Mayor.
can I pull item 9.4?
9.4. Okay. Any others or we? Good. All right, then can I get, do we have public comment on the consent agenda?
Yes, Mayor Casey, we have several public comments on consent agenda items. The first person is Devin Pack, to be followed by Clark Stone.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. I'm here to speak on the issue of the repeal or revision of the city's campaign finance measure reforms. I have been a long-term advocate with, various groups fighting against Citizens United and, in particular, groups. Mostly I'd like to cite from Common Cause's recent study of California municipalities. Right now, Hollister is sort of in the minority of municipalities, the 28% that have limits lower than the state's limit. What I would like to suggest is that right now there's a major loophole, which is on self-funding that exists. What we're dealing with is a problem that the current cap on contributions is so low as to discourage participation in the electoral process by citizens and by public employees who, feel discouraged or chilled by the disclosure effect. We also have the problem of the present ordinance does not really have an enforcement mechanism or enforcement funding really to ensure enforcement of the present campaign finance ordinances. But what I would like to advocate for future consideration in campaign finance reform is moving towards possibly following the model of the city of Oakland in terms of developing a program for public funding of public elections. That's one where candidates are reimbursed for campaign expenditures in exchange for their pledge to not take independent expenditures or contributions, similar to what the city of Portland, Oregon has. And I would also like to advocate that the city council in the future consider whether, as well as a cap on, private contributions to campaigns, whether there should be reduction on self-loans and self-finances, because presently the current campaign finance structure, basically it discourages members of the public from offering grassroots support to candidates, but it doesn't have anything to deal with the loopholes of wealthy individuals who just want to run for office and who have the wealth. So the present ordinance creates an imbalance in favor of the wealthy, and which discourages grassroots and citizen participation in our elections. And so I would like to argue for its revision or rescission. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Clark Stone, to be followed by Heidi Connor.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Clark Stone. I reside in Piscines. I'm here this evening to express my support for the rescission of Resolution 2021-129. As the previous speaker pointed out, this resolution unfairly burdens candidates who are unable to self-fund campaigns and who rely upon individual campaign contributions. In fact, it's done so to the point that it's discouraged individuals from seeking elected office in Hollister. The current resolution also effectively discourages individuals from participating to the extent they desire in financially supporting the candidate of their choice, in that they are limited to a maximum donation of only $250 to any candidate or issue. Conversely, the current resolution provides a significant and unfair advantage to those who are financially able to self-fund their own campaigns, and that they are not required to document and report a large number of small campaign contributions. By rescinding Resolution 2021-129, you will encourage more Hollister residents to run for political office, regardless of the financial resources they have to self-fund their campaigns. You will also encourage their supporters to participate to the fullest extent they desire in financially supporting the candidate of their choice. Both of these results from the rescission will provide Hollister with a more active and participatory political process. For these reasons, I encourage you to rescind Resolution 2021-129. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Heidi Connor, to be followed by Elvira Zaragoza Robinson.
Good evening. I thought it would be good to hear from an actual campaign treasurer. My background is also as a CFO, COO of a global security company. I'm treasurer currently at St. Luke's Church, and I really believe in transparency, accuracy, and honesty. So as on the ground treasurer for a campaign, I saw contributions from $1 to $250. We spent a lot of time in the public at farmers markets and the fair, and people would come up and say, oh, I'd like to give $10. And I had to say, well, give me your employer, give me your address, give me all your details, and I'll take your $10. It was basically, they were very discouraged at having to give up so much personal information for as little as $1. Some of our donors were students, interns, city and county employees. And just to reiterate this is not the case in Morgan Hill. This is not the case in Gilroy. This is not the case in Salinas. This is not the case in San Juan Bautista. All of those follow the state guidelines for FPCC Treasury. So it feel like Hollister should just jump back in to where it should be and giving, as the other speakers talked about, more grassroots campaign and more money available from very small donors who want to get involved. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Elvira Zaragoza Robinson, followed by James Conner.
Good evening again. I'm speaking on item 9.6, and that's the resolution in support of the Native gathering that we're going to have September 7th and 8th. And I'm honored and grateful for the donation that we're receiving, the $6,000 from discretionary funds from the mayor and also from Rick Perez. It's so touching to know that we have support. As you know, I've been a lawyer here for many years, over 40 years. And now at this age, I'm able to spend more time on my culture and my background and history. My aunt, as you knew, Joe Barrios Wadan, was a librarian here for 25 years. And she instilled in me that pride to keep in our culture. She studied it, she did our genealogy, and she always wanted us to remember our pride. She helped start the honoring of the elders, which is at Mount Madonna, that's been there for 35 years. And I worked many years with Lainey and Sunny Reyna on the Indian market that was in San Juan for many years. And so now what we wanted is something here in Hollister, in our area, in our park. And so we're planning to have this beautiful event September 7th and 8th. We're going to bring tribes here. We're going to bring culture, art, classes for kids. And thank you so much for the support.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is James Conner, followed by Leslie Austin. Okay. The next public speaker is Leslie Austin.
Hi, I see that the council is taking public comment on 9.4 now. However, quick point of clarification, if the council is planning to take public comments again when the item is pulled for discussion, I would like to offer my comments at that time. Can someone clarify, please?
I think we're taking comments on all consent items now.
All right, thank you. Hi, I'm Leslie Austin. I'm a San Bernardino County resident. I'm calling in support of the council's resolution to rescind Resolution 2021-129, which would essentially require the city council candidates who are running for office to adhere to statewide campaign contribution limits and reporting requirements. I want to start by saying I acknowledge that this is a complex issue and share with the council some of the concerns that I'm hearing. First, I think most of us agree that fairness is in our electoral process really has to be a guiding principle. I think that the current framework fosters an uneven playing field where wealthier candidates, some who self-fund, and incumbents with more robust donor networks hold an unfair advantage over other candidates that don't have these resources. I think that that imbalance stifles the voices of those who lack financial privilege. And balancing fairness for all candidates is important while also preventing undue influence from large donors. I think both of those things are essential.
In addition, I think the absence of an enforcement mechanism in the current ordinance is a valid concern. Without enforcement, regulations are just like suggestions, really. I think it's important for the council to strengthen their enforcement mechanisms. I think that should be a priority to ensure compliance with campaign finance regulations. Additionally, I think exploring options, as Devin mentioned earlier in his comments, for public funding of campaigns could further level the playing field and reduce the influence of money in politics. I think we should also recognize the administrative burden placed on the city clerk to manage and coordinate reporting, especially the reporting of every single dollar that's contributed. I think that demands a significant amount of time and resources from the city, and streamlining those processes would be not just a matter of convenience, really, but also a fundamental necessity for upholding transparency and accountability. With the last 20 seconds left, I guess I will say that in conclusion, I think there are a lot of valid concerns about the current campaign finance regulations. And until such a time as a public funding option is available to candidates, I think the council should rescind the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
And those are all the public comments for the consent agenda items.
Okay, then if I could get a motion to approve the remainder of the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
All those opposed, so 5-0. Okay. So we're going to go back then to the item pulled, which is 9.4, adopt a resolution rescinding resolution number 2021-129, provisions regarding campaign finance reform. Vice Mayor, you pulled this item. Did you have a comment?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I keep forgetting who was the one that had asked for this item to be on. Do you remember, City Clerk?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure. I don't have it in front of me. I do believe it might have come from a member of the public and then was brought up by Councilmember Morales. That's based on my recollection.
That's what I remember as well. Thank you. So lots of problems here. Number one, everybody that just spoke is everybody that knows what's going on here, knows that they're very favorable towards the mayor, including the mayor's campaign treasurer, I believe was the name. The campaign treasurer's husband was on the list of speakers that are asking to speak on this. The problem is that this campaign finance reform was approved by the previous council, including some of the members sitting up here today, so that we can have transparency and truth to who is actually donating to your campaign. And I think it's a bit ironic that the person that was the one that returned money is the one that's having the people come and speak, including her campaign manager today. So some truths. If you report every single dollar that's given to you, then the public will know who's giving you money. Some truths. When this is rescinded, anything under $99 would not have to be reported. Some truths. Before this was a policy, there was thousands of dollars bundled all under $99 and given to people who were pro-development. Some truths. Some of those were given to the mayor unknowingly, according to the mayor, from Anderson Homes, from the Lee subdivision, from a number of different developers. Some truths. There are people like the campaign treasurer saying online that that money was all given back. Not true. That is untrue. There's a number of developers that did donate that the money was not given back. Another truth, the money was donated, held on to for several months and returned after the campaign. It's my opinion that the money was returned because it doesn't look good when you take money from Anderson Homes. And it's my opinion that some of the other money was returned so that there was no conflict of interest when this person took office and they could vote in favor of their projects. But not all of the money from the developers was returned. That's considered a loan, not returning checks that were mailed over to you. It's obvious that I don't have the support here to stop rescinding this policy. I think it's a good thing for Hollister. It's a good thing for our county. It would be a great thing for our state and the entire country to let people know who is donating to your campaigns, because I'm all about that, truth and transparency. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So I was one of the original council members that voted to move this forward. I've heard the arguments pro and con. I am going to support rescinding it. And my rationale behind that is simple. I am a self-funded candidate, and I am anything but wealthy. And I don't think it takes a lot of money. I think it takes a lot of your effort to get elected and a lot of the community support. And so I don't think money is a major element in a campaign on a city council level. I think it's more about the candidate's background and their commitment. Now, having said that, when we approved this the last time around, one of the things that didn't dawn on me, frankly, was we really did not have a capacity to enforce it, and the FPPC does. And so why would we contradict state law when there's already a functioning process? I did also hear one of the comments about how maybe as a city, we should move to try and find ways to help people fund their candidacy. And I want to clarify, City Clerk, remind me, I believe this council maybe a month or two ago did actually pass a resolution to cover the cost for a candidate statement, which is significant, as I recall, because I paid it out of my pocket. And so I would like to hear the city clerk's update on that for those who are in attendance or are online.
Yes, Councilmember Burns, I believe it was on April 2nd of this year that the council adopted a resolution that the city would fund candidate statements for all qualified candidates for the city council and also for treasurer. I did speak with the registrar of voters today, in fact, to remind them of that. And my recollection is that the estimate for the districts is around 500, a little over that, and then more so for the citywide seat of the mayor.
Thank you for updating us all. I appreciate that. I think that this council is receptive, and I've heard what the community has said, and I'm going to support rescinding this because it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Councilmember Perez, anything?
We create too much work for our staff when we already have a system in place. To me, this that I also voted on, this was in the beginning of our tenure, wasn't it, Mr. Burns, Councilman? Yeah, there was a lot of learning curves that we were going through. Thank you to the former staff. Anyways, it doesn't make sense. It's like, well, how can someone, I mean, I paid my own money too, but it's like, it only makes it fair. That's why we did pass the statement to get the cost. What was it? To get that paid for by the city by getting your signatures. I forgot the name of it. But you know what? It's things like that. There's going to make people, there's going to help to make people want to come and get up here, because it's not really that easy sitting up here looking at you guys, looking at us, looking at you, looking at us, talking about things that really matter to our hearts. And when that's part of the mechanism that was in place for these groups, it's all political stuff. This is just basic common sense. Someone else is doing it. Why do we need to do it? And as far as being transparent, does anyone go to the store anymore and pay less than $99? It's like, really? You know, what is the dollar value compared now to back 20 years ago? It's ridiculous, insane. It was meant just to slow down the people that can't afford it. It must go.
Councilmember Morales.
Thank you. I think my colleagues have said everything. I think for me, it's truly about enforcement. You know, when you have candidates that are sending out multiple mailers at $5,000 each, and they're only reporting $250, you know, there's a disconnect. And so the mechanism for enforcement isn't through the city and through the city clerk. It needs to be done through the FPPC and through the state. So, anything further?
So it was said earlier about how receiving money from developers. It's like, so does that mean we can only receive money from people that are against the growth? Because that's not fair either. So how do you tilt that scale where it's fair? $99 on up, everybody knows where it's at. You know, if you ask me, if I take your $99 and some take it from you and you over here want to know where I get it from, here, you can look at my records. This council is open, transparent, and we're just doing good moves for our city, and this is one of them. Thank you.
So a couple of things to add. I agree with what my colleagues have said, that, you know, for me, campaign finance, it's really an honor system. It is difficult to really know what a candidate is getting and what they're spending. You know, we did see in a recent election, someone who claimed to only spend this much and yet sent out 15 mailers. So there's a disconnect, as was said. And also, to me, I think that there is a huge loophole when it comes to self-funding, because while I believe some have on this council self-funded, I also believe that that's where corruption can lie, because you don't know where that money's coming from. They can say, I'm self-funding, but they may be taking cash. So to me, that's where the corruption is. It's hidden, you know, where the money truly comes from. Nobody's looking in your bank account to see, is that really your money, or did someone give it to you and you're claiming to self-fund? So, you know, it really is an honor system thing. You know, I really resent the continued non-truth. I know there was a lot of truth words up here, but regarding my campaign manager or treasurer, I was very transparent in every donation I got. And simply because a couple of families that were developers donated to me doesn't make me corrupt, doesn't make me evil. If I kept the money and went off and voted whatever, but I didn't do that. I did exactly what the Fair Political Practices Commission says to do. If you get funds in that could be a conflict of interest, give them back. And I did so. And I did it within 2 weeks. But the rhetoric I've had to deal with is, your entire campaign is funded by developers. Well, when that was proven to be not true, then it went on to, you've taken thousands and thousands of dollars from developers. Well, also not true. $495 and $750 does not equal thousands and thousands of dollars. So another not truth. So, you know, I've had to deal with that for a year now. And I made the comment in the last time we discussed this, that the potential for witch hunt, when you pull out and say, look at this donation, but then you sort of neglect to say that that money was given back, or you qualify and say, oh, it's a loan or something else. I mean, that's just political rhetoric and witch hunts. And so, yeah, I mean, aside from all of that, I do agree that there's no enforcement to this ordinance. And it was said in the last discussion we had that, well, letters were sent out to the Attorney General and also to the FPPC to enforce. Well, I went back and looked at one of our earlier council meetings when this was being discussed a few years ago. And there was an expert attorney who was answering questions for council. And one of the things he said was that when a city makes its own rules up about campaign finance, the FPPC will not enforce it. So sending a letter to the FPPC is useless. I do agree that it really does create an uneven playing field. If you have a wealthy candidate or even an incumbent who has leftover funds from a previous campaign, they can roll as much of that in as they want. There's no limit. And there's no limit to a wealthy candidate. They can pour hundreds of thousands in if they wanted to. I've seen a local candidate who's poured 15 to 30,000 per year for a $7,200 a year job. Go figure that. But so there's a lot we could say about this, but really it has no enforcement. We have a state commission that does enforce and will even fine people if they don't properly report. And that's what the county uses. It's what many municipalities use. And I don't see placing the burden on our clerk to have to report every single dollar that comes in. So there you have it. I'm going to stop talking now. But I'd like to know, is there Are we taking a motion on this?
Like to make a motion to approve.
Madam Mayor,
A sec.
Second,
can we get a roll call, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Can we take a roll call, please?
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
No.
Councilmember Morales,
yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
and Mayor Casey.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1 with Vice Mayor Resendez dissenting. Thank you.
All right. All right, we're going to move on to our public hearing, adopting a resolution for the 2024 weed abatement program. And can we get the staff report?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'm Charlie Bedolla. I am your fire marshal. So tonight, we're here to adopt a resolution declaring the condition of certain properties to constitute a public nuisance, ordering the abatement of weeds thereon, and noticing the public hearing for the receipt of obligations to the proposed abatement. City Council previously adopted Resolution 2024-37, setting a public hearing for May 6, 2024, and declaring weeds to be a nuisance per municipal code, 2.10.050 and the government code section 39560. Authorizes the city to declare properties in the city to be public nuisances and to abate the public said nuisance by causing the removal of all noxious or dangerous weeds growing upon or in front of said properties. This public hearing is to hear objections to the proposed abatement of weeds and other flammable materials existing on said properties. And written notices of proposed abatement and hearing date was mailed to all affected properties in the manner and form required by the law.
Okay, so I am going to open the public hearing on this. Do we have any, actually, do we have any questions of council before we do that? Any questions? Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, I do have a few questions. I noticed that if we do the abatement, as I understand it, there's a $250 administrative fee that is passed on to the property owner. And so I'd like to know how we arrived at that $250 fee.
I want to say that was an administrative citation fee.
Oh,
That's how we determined it for getting a citation or not that. So we'll issue out a citation and that's where the fee came from. The draw.
so is it a fee or is it a fine?
It's a
I don't want to put you on the hook here.
although it's a fee and the fine for it. I mean, it's recovering our costs, but that's how the fee was determined.
Right. And so, city manager, I'd like to understand more about the actual process, how we arrived at that number that I don't know. I've not seen where that's codified somewhere. And so, I would like moving forward to ensure that we are truly recovering our actual costs for going through this exercise, because it's an annual event that happens and it does require staff time consistently from what I've seen on my 3 years on council. And so more about process moving forward. I've expressed this in the past, but to different administration. And so I'll stop with this at that unless there's something you'd like to add.
Yeah, I'd be happy to work with the city attorney's office to look at that going forward.
Okay.
The 250, it is my understanding, was set at the minimum administrative citation level. And
Okay.
so, depending on the size of the property, we're using our third party, it could be all over the map. So
Right, I get that. And so in most of my experience, there's always a fee study that supports the cost moving forward. I would be amazed if $250 covers our actual staff time. I find that probably lower than what our real costs are. And I'm not out to slam people, but on the other hand, I am out to ensure that we recover our taxpayers' monies that are spent in this area. So
yeah, because there's the administrative time to administer the actual program itself, and then to go out and actually do the work is a whole nother piece.
Exactly.
So,
And so, Chief, one of the things I couldn't help but notice on the list that you sent out was, as I recall, there were 4 properties that come back to the city of Hollister.
Can you talk to me about those properties? I'm kind of troubled by that, candidly.
You don't need to be troubled by that. That's just a notice to saying, hey, it's time to mow the weeds. So we mail them out to everybody, including ourselves. And it just reminds us, hey, if we're going to be enforcing this, let's make sure our weeds are taken care of too. So we're totally taken off of that. Everyone that's all complied with that, and we've complied with that, everyone goes off that. So it's just a notice. And I can take it off, but we're treating the public just as we're treating ourselves.
And I truly appreciate that. My concern is we should, you said it better than I'm going to, but if we're going to hold others accountable, I think we need to hold ourselves accountable first. Now, I'm a little concerned that we have to send ourselves a notice to remind ourselves to do what we do every year. And so, I'm sorry, city manager, I'll be quiet. No, go ahead.
No, I had the same question of the chief in agenda review, and it's my understanding as well is that this is a vacant property list throughout the community as well. And so that they're noticed, and then there's a secondary review to see which ones have been addressed. Our properties that are on here, it is my understanding, have been addressed even as of this date, like the site over the Leatherback site and those sites. Those have been covered. So the list is off of a vacant property list. I had the same concerns. as you.
Okay, all right, thanks. Also, Chief, it feels to me like there's a number of these properties that seemed, I've seen this list now for the third time, and it seems like they're all frequent flyers. And so how do we get out of the weed abatement threatening business and just have people do what they should do to be good stewards of their property? Again, I know this takes time. I know we have folks to do this kind of work, but I'd really like to see us out of this. And I understand it's a public safety matter.
And it's something continuous. We continue on throughout the year. It's not just at this time, but we do hit the vacant lots, and people do build upon their lots. So they do make it off their list. I mean, there was the new development over there on East Park Street. We left them on the list because they still had some development that was not developed yet. So they stay on the list, but it's something that we do continue. Actually, weed abatement is all year round. So this is just the formal process, but we continue throughout the year. And it even tells them, maintain your property lines and fence lines throughout the year. And code enforcement has also helped us out. And we started citing people now. So we're getting a lot more compliance with that. And
nice.
Honestly, we just have a zero tolerance because the fires are starting more frequent and so lasting all year round. I mean, I had the question is like, why don't we do it earlier? Why don't we start sending these out earlier? Well, we haven't done it we have done it in the past, but we kind of not play with weather. We have to ride the weather to see how it goes. And as you all know, it just rained hard again on Saturday night, but that was already past that deadline. So we could only predict so much and extend it out so far. So I think we're at a good point right now.
Right. And then I guess my final question is, I see when I drive down Hillcrest, often where the fields have been mowed and are in compliance, but it looks like, is there an emphasis on the handwork? Because it's pretty easy in comparison, but other places I'm aware of, they're kind of stickler for the handwork too, because, you know, sometimes you can see the perimeters and they're still surrounded by 5-foot tall weeds.
And it says it right in the note that we do, hey, you take care of this. So now what we're doing is we're sending our contractor out there. And if they're doing it, then they're getting the lien on their property if they don't pay that. So, and then we do it throughout the whole county. So within the city limits in the county, like Hillcrest, when you go up there, the 1510 area, around that area. So we're working with the county. There's some county property in there where the homeowners that are out there. So county residents within the city sphere also got some letters saying, hey, we need you to mow your weeds. And then if they don't, then we're working with code enforcement, and we mailed out those letters to code enforcement. So now we can come back and declare them a nuisance and then go through the process like we're doing right here for the county.
Super. Thank you, Chief. I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
No, it's okay.
Thank you.
You always
Thank
have
you,
good
Mayor.
questions.
Any other questions or? Okay, so we opened the hearing. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments for this item.
All right, then I'm going to close the public hearing. So is there any further discussion or deliberation on this item? Well, then can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
All right, motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
We're gonna move on to council business, 11.1 Memorial Drive improvements update. Let me get the staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. William Vi, Public Works Director. This item is an informational item concerning Memorial Drive. As you remember, we brought this item to council. I don't know if I even put the date in there. Few meetings ago.
February 20th.
February 20th. Thank you. Yep, there it is right there in my staff report. At that meeting, there was some information that I was not aware of, and I didn't ask my staff member who was here to assist me. So afterwards, we became aware that there were already 2 public outreach meetings concerning Memorial Drive and some traffic safety, pedestrian safety, bicycle safety concerns and improvements. We did hold another public outreach event at Sunny Slope School in coordination with the vice principal. And we mailed out mailers. The vice principal notified the parents of all of the students that go there. Everybody had an opportunity, excuse me, to attend this meeting. We held a meeting on March 22nd, I believe. I have the flyer here. March 22nd, there were about 18 attendees at that meeting. And at that meeting, what we did was at both of the prior meetings, the consensus was option number 1 of the 3 options that we gave at the prior presentation here at the council. And the consensus was to go with option 1, which was the road diet, the lane diets, the improved safety crosswalks. So what we presented at this 3rd meeting was that option, and to see if those in attendance were still in agreement that was probably if they wanted to go with that option moving forward. There were 18 I'm going to get right to it so I have the correct number. There were 18 members of the public in attendance, and everybody agreed that they wanted to move forward with the option number 1. Might as well use the presentation that we have right here. Huh? So here's alternative number 1, which improves the crosswalks at Sunny Slope Road and adds bike lanes, narrows down to 1 traffic lane with a turn lane. The Verdun crosswalk is an added crosswalk across Memorial, and that has the rapid flashing beacons, the flashing lights underneath the pedestrian signs. It has the bulb outs for the pedestrians to have a shorter area to cross right there at Verdun. And as we go down, there's another crosswalk at the future pedestrian connection to Marine Drive. And that has the bulb outs too and the rapid flashing beacons. As you can see, there's 1 traffic lane in each direction with the left turn lane in the middle. And then there's a bike lane with, I think it's a 2-foot wide separation between the vehicle lane and the bike lane. And then there's actually parking along both sides of Memorial Drive. There is another crosswalk. I didn't put it in this presentation. There is another crosswalk a little bit further to the south that looks just like this one, and then an improvement to the crosswalk at Hillcrest. There's currently no crosswalk on the west crossing of Hillcrest going north and south. There's no crosswalk there. That's going to be in these plans to add a crosswalk there, so that's already a 4-way stop. So we'll have 4 crosswalks crossing each direction on the intersection there. So alternative number 1, the estimate cost is about $1.3 million. And that concludes my presentation, but I am here for any questions, and I have our acting city engineer here for any help if I may need.
Do we have any questions? Or?
If I may just add a little context to William's presentation before the question, if I may. When we had brought other road projects back before you, this was something that you had asked us to look at and handle relatively quickly. And so there was the request to put in speed humps in that area, which was done shortly thereafter. speed cushions, which have been installed. There's a process to get them installed, but we have ordered them, have them on hand, and are working through that process. And then to go to that third option, which was around $550,000, with the ultimate goal of getting to this option. With your direction this evening, it would be either include this in the bid package that we are putting out. If you do not want to include this or want to make future changes, we would be going forward with our bids of the other roads that you had already given us direction on. I wanted to make sure we had that context of why this item is back and what our next steps are.
Member Burns, you have questions?
I do, Mayor. Thank you. So first of all, thank you. I'm so pleased by the community outreach effort. Again, I was not aware of the previous efforts, but 18, even though it's a small number, it feels really big because it's 18 of the right people. They're associated with the school, whether they were administrators or whether they had kids. And that's really critical. I really like the idea of what I've seen in option one, is it feels like it runs all the way at least till Hillcrest. What are there any, is there a potential to continue that between Hillcrest and Meridian? Seems like that's just kind of the forgotten piece in this. Are we gonna make it consistent, or are we gonna just abruptly stop it? I've seen that in some other areas, and so that's of some concern for me.
So for this plan, for what we looked at for this, it does stop at Hillcrest. It gets a little bit different between Hillcrest and Meridian. It's a little bit different neighborhood. There's not long stretches of no driveways or cul-de-sacs that go off of there. So it would be a little bit different, and we could look at that in the future, what could be done down there. There were also some questions and comments from the group that did attend the meeting about south of Sunny Slope. What would we do down there? And they had some concerns. But we did just focus just for this to speed up the process so that we could get something done for pedestrian safety in that area and include it with these 2024 road rehabs. That was our goal for this one, but we could definitely look at that in the future to continue this both north and south. And going north, the Memorial Drive is going to extend to Santa Ana once that development gets done. So we'll be able to connect and take it all the way if that's
right. No, and I like that. What I don't want to do is throw a monkey wrench in to slow down whatever the council agrees is the best decision moving forward for Memorial in that particular area. Well, first of all, thank you again for the traffic calming measures. That you guys are amazing. You got those things up very quickly. I was expected to hear a lot of complaints. Maybe other members on the council have. I've not heard any. And so I think it was the right move. But what's the time frame, assuming this council chooses to move forward? We're in May now. Is this something that's going to take a year and a half, 2 years? What are we really looking at to get this thing to the finish line?
Our timeline to put this project, this being part of the larger project, out to bid is with the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Oh, nice.
And then we'll advertise, and then we should bring it back for award probably the first meeting in August because of the July recess. And then all the construction, I think our estimated timeline is December, late November, early December, something like that for everything to be done in that whole project.
Amazing. I hope we can hit those deadlines. I hope you've under-promised and you over-deliver, but thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I'm done.
Mayor, do you have questions?
Yes, thank you. Can you go back to the slide of, can you go back to a few slides? I think
Sure.
Brandon, is that what it's called? I'm just wondering, Mark, why is there one more back, please? Why is there a bulb out on the side of the school, but not on the other side? Is it because it's on the corner?
Yeah, I believe it has to do with the curb return, so that we wanted to make sure we had it on the where there is no curb return on the school side, but not on the other side.
Okay. And then is it budgeted for this budget year cycle, or is it for the upcoming one?
It will be for in the next cycle.
Okay.
We were originally going to amend the budget to get it started this year, but throughout delays, it's by the time we get it all done, we won't need any further money other than the design until next fiscal year.
Okay, and then we're still gonna do the speed humps, then the speed tables, then this, because that's the direction of the majority of the council.
We have the speed cushions installed. We do have the speed tables. We ordered those and we have those. What happened with CUPCA, the California Uniform Public, I forget what all the accounting is, our limit is $60,000 that we can do with staff. That's combined materials, equipment, labor. The speed tables themselves were $66,000. So to get the speed tables installed, we would have to go out to bid and put those out to bid and then award a contract and then get them installed. So by the time we got the speed tables installed, we would probably be pulling those out. We can do that if that's the direction the council wants to go. But by the time we got that done and those installed, we would probably be taking them out to do this.
So part of the direction, if I'm hearing you correctly, it'd be more efficient just to leave the speed humps in there now, move forward, put it out to bid, put it in the budget, and not move forward with the speed tables after all.
That would be my recommendation.
Okay.
And then we would have the speed tables if the need arises somewhere else where they make sense, we would have them.
They're the same style as the speed cushions, just longer, so they can be installed on any street if at some point in the future we wanted to.
And then I
install.
would imagine when we do the improvements, we're gonna take out the speed humps.
Yes, correct.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Questions? I have just a couple. Well, first, I just wanted to make one comment was, I know you put February 20th was when this was on the agenda, and I think it got re-agendized because we actually spoke about it on February 5th meeting. And then it got re-agendized on the 20th, and then we pulled it, yanked it. So my question is, okay, so when we did have that meeting, we had 3 things presented to us, and we, I think council actually gave direction. We wanted to do something right away. We were concerned, so the speed humps came into play. But alternative 3 was, I think the flashing stop light, whatever, had been the direction that council gave. And we actually had speakers, including, I think, the principal, saying that they liked that option. But now I'm hearing you say that because there were previous meetings where they talked about alternative 1, when you did this meeting, you didn't present alternative 3, you just said, you guys still want alternative 1. So I feel like there was a little disconnect there.
So at that meeting, the ultimate goal that we heard was to get to alternative 1. And with speed of the essence, with alternative 3, it was not engineered yet. Those were concepts. This was another concept. And what William was mentioning, that one of our team members that was here before both William and I were here, was that this plan was all basically engineered. So if you're trying to get to ultimately what it was 3 with try to get to number 1, but we need to do something right away, which was basically speed cushions, speed tables, get to 3, which was 500 and change, and then get to 1. When we have 1 basically engineered versus option 3 not engineered, we would have to go through the engineering process. We would have to pay our engineers to design it. If the goal was to get to number 1, we were already further along on number 1, so it would actually be quicker. And quite honestly, we would be just spending $500,000 to rip it out to put this in.
I hear what you're saying. I just, in reviewing the minutes and hearing what the consensus of the council was, it wasn't to just choose option 1. I didn't get that, so maybe I'm not hearing right, but I thought that I saw that as the direction we gave. But neither here nor there, it sounds like you had people come reiterate that they wanted an alternative 1. In looking at this, I would like some clarification though. Are we still dealing with rubber bumpers and bots, dots and things? Or are we actually doing a full-fledged plan? Because
No, there's no rubber bumper. The bulb outs are concrete.
so we're doing concrete.
They're a little bit of a modified bulb out because they're not solid to the curb, because then we got into some drainage issues as the engineers were surveying and checking it out. So there are concrete bulb outs, but instead of being solid connected to the curb, there's a flow for the stormwater to get through there. It's just like the width of the gutter pan that you see on the side of every street. But there's no rubber bumpers, no, my understanding, there's no delineators. It's just, it's pavement markings, straight lanes with left turn lanes in the middle.
Gotcha. So I was looking, because I had asked to see some of the older stuff since I wasn't here when they were first. And there was a traffic circle and all of that. And there was here's the earlier version. And then there's a near term and long term, I heard. So we're not doing that anymore. This is just, here it is. This is what it is. And that's what we're doing.
Yes.
So
Well,
is there a roundabout or traffic circle or no?
I don't remember seeing a roundabout
I
or
think that
traffic
might have been
circle.
the earlier.
Is there one?
I think you're talking about at Hillcrest. I think that's where I saw it. It was an option
So it's
that we're not implementing right now.
Thank you.
Yes.
I appreciate that. I think that's all the questions I have then. Do we have a public comment on this item?
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments for this item.
Okay, so I want to bring it back for some further deliberation. Rick, do you have any comments or anything? That's my place. Okay. I think we should, I guess, move ahead. I'm glad to hear. I will say that, sorry, I've been yelled at for not talking into the mic. My husband doesn't like it when I do that. I just want to, we've had sort of a mixed bag with some of our traffic calming, and I've been getting complaints about Cienega Road where the little rubber things are breaking apart, and most recently some of our traffic circles which have bricks are now growing weeds, and when are we going to clean that up? So I'm hoping that we are moving away from all of the, I know it's less expensive, but then in the long term, if we're having to replace and do maintenance on, weeds, I hope that we're moving toward something nicer, even if we can't do as many per year, if we can't budget, maybe do one a year or whatever. I just would rather see us do some real quality streetscaping and complete streets, so that's the only comment I have. I guess we're just
This
getting-
is all, the pavement markings are markings, but the bulb outs and all that are permanent. It's concrete.
Mhm.
And we did take care of those weeds today, I think in all of the areas where.
Except Lad Lane is sprouting again because of the rain, just so you know. I think it's going to be a continual thing that you have to deal with. I did see so you're going to have a raised crosswalk there with flashing lights on the sides. Is that?
Here at Verdun,
I think you mentioned it somewhere there, but is it
Here.
actually raised a little bit or it's not raised?
it's not
just-
raised.
It's just striping.
The center median is right.
Yeah, well, the center, yeah, so that's a curb in the center. It's a refuge area for if somebody gets halfway and they see the
Okay.
cars are coming, but the
not
crosswalk
completely.
itself isn't just a page.
I've just seen some crosswalks
And
that are raised
that's a
up. That's
speed
kind of,
table. That's what you
yeah,
see
it's
a
like
lot
a
of those speed
built-in
tables. Yeah.
one. So, okay. All right. So do we have what's the council's wishes as far as this just move ahead? Is that-
Madam Mayor, I just don't know if we got consensus from the council about the not moving forward with the speed tables or not, but I would imagine it's got to come back for final adoption anyway, right? You're just looking for direction.
So we had direction on the other items. So what we would do is we'd put this into the bid package, put it out to bid, and then come back with the awarding of the contract if we receive a successful bid.
Okay, so I don't know if that was clear or not.
Yeah, I don't believe we have clarity on
Consensus.
On that.
I
that.
definitely support.
So you're talking about not putting
It's the speed
tables in, it's
tables.
just leaving the speed humps until we get that work done. And, okay. Any thoughts? If
see.
Everybody's okay with that?
Yeah, I
Okay.
see consensus.
Did we actually purchase those, the
Tables, yes, we
So
have
it's
those.
possible they could go in front of Lad Lane when we talk about that item.
It's possible, but we do have the speed cushion policy would be the same for the speed table
Mhm.
policy.
Mhm.
I would assume we didn't put speed tables in that policy, but there is a policy on how those get installed.
Okay. So I think you've got direction then.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna stay here though, because my students.
Let's see. Yeah, that's right. We're going to move on to 11.2, domestic wastewater treatment plant operations. Go ahead, take it
So,
away.
thank you, Mayor and council members. William Vi, Public Works Director, here again. This item is a report and then asking for direction on how to move forward with the operations and maintenance of the domestic wastewater treatment plant. On August 2nd, 2024, the current contract with Veolia, I'm going to try to get their name right. Veolia Water West Operating Services, otherwise known as Veolia. Their contract expires. The Fifth Amendment to that contract provides for a 1 6-year extension at the option of the city. So that is one option that we could look into. Excuse me. That option would cost an estimated $1.5 million for the annual contract amount for staffing. And what that does is they completely operate the treatment plant for us now. They do all the maintenance, the reporting, the actual operations of the plant itself. Another option that we have would be to operate the plant with city staff. The thing about this option is we currently don't employ anybody who's qualified to operate that plant at any level. It does require a grade 5 operator certificate, which is the highest level that you can get in the state of California, to be the chief operator, and a grade 3 is required to be an operator in charge. And the operator in charge is basically can operate the plant as long as the operator in chief is available by telephone or something like that, because the operator in chief is responsible for everything that happens out there. We don't have any operators employed with the city. It's difficult to hire a grade 5 in the state of California because they're highly sought after. They have to have a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge. So it's difficult to recruit them, and it takes some time to actually go from an operator in training to a grade 5 to 6 years, if I remember correctly, to get there. But we did run some rough numbers comparing staffing to what Veolia uses out there. We compared to a few cities that have the same types of staff, if I remember correctly, the city of Tracy, I think the city of Watsonville. We kind of compared their staffing, and then we ran the numbers, just rough estimates of what we would pay those operators. And that came out to about $1.1 million to do it with city staff. The third option would be to issue a request for proposals, issue an RFP that we would then get proposals from any companies that wish to operate the plant for us. And then we would go through that entire process. And there is kind of a hybrid other option, maybe option 4 that I didn't put in there. We did have this discussion a few months back about operating it with city staff, when I brought up the fact that we didn't have any staff that was qualified to operate it. One other options that could be a possibility is to extend the contract with Veolia. And in that 6-year term, we could hire operators in training, have them employed at the treatment plant and be trained by Veolia staff who are qualified to operate it. And then within that 6 years, hopefully we could get somebody that would stay long enough and move up the process. So they would be city staff within 6 years that could operate the plant for us. The recommendation of staff is option 1 at this time. And one of the reasons for that is the contract does expire in August. So we've got about 3 months to get there. If we issue an RFP, that would at least buy us some time to be able to get some more things straightened out, and then build the RFP, make the decision on if we want to issue an RFP, or if we do want to hire staff to operate the plant. 6 years seems like a long time, but it goes by very quickly. So that's the recommendation of staff is option 1, to extend the contract with Veolia.
Correct. If I could just add, at the end of the 6-year period, the way that the contract is written, we would have to go out to RFP regardless. So if we extend as staff is recommending, we would be bringing that back probably 5 years from now to get the input from that sitting council and go out to full bid, even if there was the desire to go with them the way that the original is written, that we would have to go out.
Questions, Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I've heard, Mr. City Manager, that this is our hugest asset that we own. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in your opinion, it sounds like the staff is making a recommendation for option one. Have you been satisfied with the service that's been provided by the current people that are operating the sewer plant?
Since my time in this seat, yes.
So you would recommend going with option one, because regardless, we're going to have to go out for a bid in 5 years. Either way.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Burns.
Thank you. I'm not sure you'll know, but how did the city originally select the current service provider? Was it through an RFP process or was?
It was an RFP process, correct?
Okay, and so if we were to go out to bid on this, what's the likelihood we would get other companies that would express interest? I mean, I always think competition's really good. And so, any thoughts on that? I mean, is there competition? It seems like.
I think there is competition out there. There's other companies like Veolia that do operate wastewater treatment plants and water treatment plants and those types of things. There are some relatively local, I can't remember the name of the one that operates the one in Gilroy, but there could be some competition. It just, do they have the staffing where they want to submit a proposal? Are they in the right position to? So it's kind of, you put it out there, and we would obviously, once we do, either way, we're going to have to issue an RFP at some point. I mean, unless we go with city staff, but we would advertise it probably for an extended period of time, not just a short 3 weeks, probably be more like 5 to 6 weeks to give all the opportunity. And with our new RFP process using BidNet, once you put that information into BidNet, it draws up all the companies that are qualified to put in a proposal or bid on that nationwide, and they can see that you've put a proposal out. So it's really wide reaching. And then if we had somebody that we were interested in, if they weren't a member of BidNet, we could send them an email saying, hey, by the way, we got this RFP out, if you're interested. So you can do all of those things through BidNet.
And William, I would assume that our local Sunny Slope County Water District would be interested in submitting a proposal when we go to RFP as well.
Right, thank you. And remind me, I've reviewed this, but year one of the extension of the contract, or is it next year that the cost is $1.5 million for Veolia to provide the service?
That's an estimated, there's a rather complicated formula that goes into figuring out what the increase is every year. And that happens, if I remember correctly, in August, because that's when the contract started, if I remember right. But it's based off of the CPI. But it's not just a simple, oh, the CPI was 3.5, so it's 3.5. It's a little bit more complicated, and I can't explain it to you at this time right now. But if I remember correctly, how the contract is written, it would take effect in August, as it has been doing every year since it started.
And so I presume within the contract, and again, I don't recall seeing it, but is there an escalator in there that just every year it's just going to boot up according to the CPI and the other agreed upon elements?
So yeah, the CPI is the driver for how much it increases. And then there are other factors that go into that formula on how much it goes up. It's not just the CPI. I think there's a couple of other things in there. I have a staff member who knows what that calculation is. I just don't happen to know it off the top of my head, but it's driven basically, at least in part, by the CPI. So if the CPI was 0 or a negative, then there wouldn't be as much of an increase because there are other factors. or maybe none at all, just depending on those other factors.
And so the current contract still has 2 years to run, or did I hear you say it ends in August
August 2nd of this year.
of this year? Okay. All right. Thank you. Those are my questions for now, Mayor.
Any other questions or? No, then do we have any public comment on this? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Rolling, from the report. I'm wondering, can we do something like a request for information where you would put it out to see who's even eligible? And maybe do, instead of a 6-year extension, to do a 1 to 2 year to see what the options are? Because sometimes, like you said, that you might not have anyone wanting to bid, or if they are, there's staffing issues or whatever issues. But at least you know what's out there, and then we can make a more informed decision. But allowing that process, so an RFI, it's kind of like a exploratory options to see, like an eligibility list, who's eligible for this and what would they have to offer.
That is an option. However, the way the contract is currently written, it's it was originally 2 5-year extensions, but there was an amendment like 3 or 4 years in. So they took away the 2 options and just said that there's 1 6-year extension. That's the way the contract's written. So we could definitely put out an RFI, but the option of just extending for 1 year or 2 years, that's not the way the contract is written.
So it sounds like we would have to extend even if we were to pursue anything in the future, just because the contract's going to be running out in August.
Yeah, at that point, we would probably have to negotiate with them to do a month by month or a 6-month or something like that. If we knew that's the direction we were going, unless I could get an RFP out by like tomorrow, which I don't have that ready to get out by tomorrow. Because then the timeline would be crunched, and if they're still operating the plant after August 2nd and we don't have something in place, then they're not contractually obligated to do so. And then we would have to negotiate with them if we wanted to do a month by month or something like that.
Guess I would have to look at the contract, but usually there's a clause that we can negotiate given like a 30-day notice, renegotiate terms. We don't have anything like that.
I'm reviewing right now.
Yeah, I don't recall that in the contract.
Madam Mayor, can I suggest that we take public comment and while staff's looking that up?
Yeah, that'd be fine. Do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mayor Casey, we do have one speaker from Drew Lander.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
we can.
please.
Yeah. So my name is Drew Lander, general manager for Sunny Slope Water, and I just wanted to just communicate to the council that Sunny Slope supports the city in any way that they choose to go. I have previously given a presentation to the council, and as I mentioned, we are certified to support the staff in any direction they decide to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Casey, those are all the comments for this item.
Do we want to have further discussion while he's looking up his main comments? Yes.
If I may, thank you. So thank you for the presentation. I understand staff's looking up whether or not that's an option, but I think regardless of whether that's an option or not, number one, I have absolutely no interest at all in partnering with Sunny Slope Water District and the public speaker who just spoke, mainly because of the debacle that just happened in the industrial wastewater plant. It was a nightmare to deal with as an elected official. It was a nightmare to deal with when it came to taking accountability from them. And we've all seen what happens when inexperienced and underqualified persons try to take on a job that they're not fit to do. So that's a big fat no for me. And I think that there would be a huge public outcry if we were to give away our #1 asset to partner with them on this. It sounds like the direction from you is pretty clear that regardless of what happens, we probably should go with option #1, extend the contract and put it out to bid in about 5 years. that would be what I would support. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns, you have anything?
Thank you, Mayor. So, unlike, Vice Mayor Resendez, I do have an appetite for, the RFP process. I won't speak about Sunny Slope Water. I don't think now's the point or place or the time for that conversation. And ultimately, I'm looking for the best deal, with the best line of service. I appreciate the city manager's comment that he's been pleased with the service that the current service provider has provided. However, this city manager has been the city manager for less than a year, as I understand it. And so, I'm a little frustrated, candidly, and this isn't with the existing staff, but these are conversations that should be had well before 3 months or 4 months before a contract of this magnitude is going to expire. And so I'm concerned that we right that ship as much as we get the right service provider. And I know that's not the current administration's fault, but moving forward, it's kind of like the cannabis conversations where you kind of got to do it. And we certainly have to have a service provider, but my preference, I think, would be to extend the contract, but move forward with an RFP process. And I don't necessarily think waiting 6 years to do that is the best decision either. And so I can be persuaded and influenced by the opinions to be expressed. Thank you.
Did you have some info or you need more time?
Yeah, I did not see anything in there. It's pretty much as the
written.
Public Works Director mentioned. Mary's taken a look as well, but we had reviewed that prior to.
Any other comments on this item? Deliberation? No? I have a little bit. First, I wanted to say thank you to William because a couple weeks ago I got to take a tour of the sewer plant and it was really eye-opening. And I think prior to that, I might have said, yeah, let's go out for an RFP and, competition and get the best deal. But what struck me was meeting the manager, and I'm so sorry, I forget his name, but
Furman.
Perfect. His level of knowledge and your rapport with him, you guys have a really good relationship, pretty solid. The way you were talking back and forth about the different things, he has a breadth of knowledge of that plant. You guys were talking about the list of items that you've come up with that do need work and will need. And to me, there's this continuity of, having that knowledge, that historical knowledge to get us in better shape, because it seems like things didn't get done before and now we're tackling them. So for me, I kind of switch gears and would say I would support, you seem in favor. And from what I saw, there's a lot of work to do. And I think you'd hit the ground running if you had them still on. But we start with somebody new, they've got to learn the system. They've got to figure out all the foibles and I think we would serve ourselves well to extend the contract and then look into the idea of whether to train or to go out on the next go around. So that's my 5 cents for what it's worth. All right, so what's our, we're getting direction here?
I'm for
No, we-
option 1, Madam Mayor.
Okay, we've got you, Councilmember Burns, any thoughts,
I'm still supportive of the RFP process. I think we have more options, but I understand the time constraint. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
I think we have to go with option 1. I mean, we're kind of stuck right now.
Councilmember Morales, what are your thoughts?
I think my preference were to go for an RFP, but it sounds like we don't have that option right now. If we need to have some, were you gonna say something, Mary?
Yeah, you could direct to go with option 1 contingent upon me having conversations with Viola's attorney about whether they would do a 1 to 2 year agreement absent that provision in the contract. If they won't, then we'll just stick with option 1 if that's what council would like.
That would be my preference. Thank you.
Question. So what would be why would they do that? If they've got a 6-year contract and you're saying, hey, let's just do it for 2 years, is it just?
Yeah, that's just what I was
Yeah.
hearing from
Yeah.
council.
no.
So Whatever
Not that we can't
directing council
propose
wants to
it,
go in.
but-
No, I mean, normally it's boilerplate language, but
Yeah.
I mean, if we have a good partnership, they would be fine with it. It might be to their favor.
I'm okay with option one. I don't know that we've got enough time to go out. We could certainly, if the council's amenable to having, city attorney discuss with them potentially doing less than 6 years, you mentioned 4 years, so or 2 years or whatever,
I-
1 or 2 years.
I'm good with option one. I feel like we're just gonna kick the can down the road and that'll give us plenty of time. So I'm staying firm on option one.
Okay.
Councilmember Burns, it's on you.
I'd like to see what our city attorney can negotiate. It feels like we're negotiating against ourselves if we're just gonna sign off on this. And for me, I'm not convinced that we've always gotten stellar service from the current service provider. For me, it sounds like we've got very little to lose and everything to gain. So I would support the city attorney following up with their legal counsel. Thank you, Mayor.
I think that gives direction to that consensus, so. All right, I think before we move on, though, I would like to take a short break, if that's all right, maybe a 5-minute break. So we'll resume in a few minutes.
Okay, I think we're ready to get started. So we're going to move to item 11.3, presentation and discussion regarding 2023 Fire Department Annual Report and Fire Services contracts with the County of San Benito and City of San Juan Bautista. Chief, can we have a staff report?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, good evening again. I am Charlie Bedolla, your fire marshal. So I'm here tonight to present the 2023 annual report. And this report was put together by Chief Dory. He did a fabulous job putting this together. So I want to give him credit where credit is due. Unfortunately, due to a family emergency, he wasn't able to be here. But you know, our prayers and our positive thoughts are with him.
And
he might be on.
If I might provide an update, I just got a text that he was able to join on Zoom. So if we have questions, I'll have the fire marshal give the presentation, and then he can jump in remotely if need be. So we really appreciate him being able to hop on this evening.
Now the pressure's on. I want to do him proud. I don't we'll mess up his report.
And then so after this report, we're going to give the annual report. And we also had direction to bring back an update on the contracts with the County of San Benito and San Juan Bautista. So we thought it would be best to provide this report. This report has been given in front of the Fire Protection Committee that is that consists of two supervisors and then two city council members from both the city of San Juan and the city of Hollister. And so we wanted to provide this, and this is something we want to do annually, obviously. And then we thought it would be a good time to include the contract update because this has a lot of relative information as well. Fire Marshal.
Perfect. Thank you. The Holler part, I won't read it all, but I'll hit the important parts of it. Like you said, 148 years of history. We're coming up on our 150th year. Hollister Fire Department was established December 27th, 1875 to serve the town of Hollister and outlying areas. And I won't read the rest, but in July of 2013, due to budget restraints stemming from the recession, the Hollister Fire Department, San Benito County Fire Department, and San Juan Bautista Fire Department were merged together to provide fire services countywide. The intent of the merger was to eliminate duplication of services and to provide a more efficient, more robust fire service countywide. The Hollister Fire Department was chosen as the department to oversee all fire operations and remains so today. This is our mission statement. And I like our mission statement. The Hollister Fire Department is committed to providing the highest level of public safety services for our community in the most efficient manner possible. We will protect lives and property through fire suppression, emergency medical services, rescue, fire prevention, public education. We're committed to the community and value the role each member plays in our organization. All of our lives depend on it. Now, if we look at this first slide shows our 2023-24 fire department budget. And you can see it's broken down into salaries and benefits, which shows 11.6 million. Service and supplies, 844,000. Contractual, 1.2, which is our 911 contract, vehicle leases, plan checks, etc., items like that. Capital, which is purchasing of our fire equipment. That's our capital for a total of 13.97 on the budget. So if we look at it, it's broken down from 1920 through 24, and you can see what the actual budget is, and then the actuals are. And you can stop me anytime if you have any questions. Right here, here's our contributions by jurisdiction. So we have the city Hollister, which shows 74%, 10.3 million. San Benito County, which is about 16%, 2.2 million. San Juan Bautista, 260,000, which is 2%. A fuel reductions grant that we were successful at, that's $677,000. And fees for inspection and cost recovery, which was 463,000. for the total of 13,997,000. The next item right there is calls by jurisdiction. So if you look at it, the Hollister does 59% at 2996. The county has 37% of the calls at 1907. And the city of San Juan Bautista has 4% at 186 calls for this last year. So if you look at it, these are the calls since 2016. And if you look at them, City of Hollister has been consistent with call volume, probably around 3,000 throughout the whole 1, 2, 3, 10 years that we've been, or 8 years that we ran the study on. If you see San Juan, it gradually went up. But you see, which is consistent is the county has consistently been increasing each year. And you can see it as it indicates on the orange that they're continuing to increase in call volume. And if you just look at this is the Hollister call volume per year. That's just broken down line chart right there. And that's just our org chart, which identifies the fire chief, our 2 support services, the fire marshal, the inspector, and then we have 3 shifts with a battalion chief, which is a commander of each shift with 4 companies, engine 11, engine 12, engine 13, and engine 14 with 1 captain and a fire engineer and a firefighter on each one of those rigs. And here we go. Here's the analytics broken down for 2023. If you look, we have it broken down for fires, 3.24. 3% of our calls were fires. Overpressure gas is not even 1%. Rescue and emergency medical services was 62.2%. Hazardous condition, no fire, 2.5%. Service calls, 6.4%. Good intent calls, which is 18.49. A good intent call could be, we get called for a smoke check and it ends up being like a barbecue. Or sometimes they thought they were having a medical emergency. We get on scene and they were actually asleep. So that's an example of some good intent calls that we do get on that. False alarm, false calls, 6.82. Severe weather, natural disaster, not even 1. And then special incident types, less than 1%. Any questions on any of those? The calls?
Just a quick one on the fire alarms. I had gotten a message from somebody about the high school and the rate of alarms going way up. Is that true or how?
It is true, and it has been true. So there's what we all have is false alarms, false calls. So what we have in place is that we allow you a certain amount of false calls per year. You know, after 2, you get a letter, and during a calendar year. After the letter, we start fining after each call. So there's been repetitive calls, and what that does is holds them accountable to fix their system or to fix the problem. So the one problem that was going on at the high school was vaping in the bathroom. So they had smoke detectors that were right there. So we had to change those, which we had to check with DSA to make sure it was code compliant. So they changed the smoke detectors to a heat detector. So it took a little bit of while to get in there, but we did end up setting them their cost recovery, and they were recovering the cost recovery through the people they were able to catch setting off those alarms. So the high school is working with us. They are understanding, and and that's just one example because there's many other false alarms that we do, and it resets after the first of the year, and then we continue on through it again. So, which is great, because now we have that ability. We have a little more personnel, so we're able to make contact for those and make those inspections to get people to get their systems up to code and get them compliant. So the system is working on that part right there. So,
Chief, follow up to your comments. What do we charge for a false alarm response, and what does it cost us to respond when we're rolling out a $500,000 fire truck?
I want to say it starts off at 100 to 300 and 500, and it's 500 after that dollars.
So that sounds more like a fine to me.
And again, so city manager, I would really like to drill down on this because how many firefighters, regardless of their rank, roll on any false alarm minimum?
Yeah, that's an apparatus. And then it's a captain, engineer, and a firefighter.
So it's 3 plus some fire vehicle that probably costs at least $500,000 or more. And so fine is one thing, cost recovery is a very different conversation. And I'm not big on fines, but I am big on
Cost recovery.
I absolutely am. And so I appreciate the fact that this seems to be a step forward already, but I would like to get to a budget neutral position within reason. In some instances, we might not, and we just have to accept that as a cost of being a city, but I'd like to really refine that and have those, options and perhaps even a hardship waiver for this type of a thing moving forward to just formalize it. So thank you, Chief.
And if you could go back a slide, I just wanted to point something out that I saw that was very interesting in talking with Chief Bedoya's, and looking at the 2024 ESO Fire Service Index, which is a report where they compile data for the calendar year, so the same period. 2,269 participating agencies with 6.5 million calls, and they break it down in the same manner. So if we look here, theirs is 3% for fire, ours is 3% for fire. Less than 1, ours is less than 1. The average for the next one is 67%, where ours is 62. 2.5 versus 2.5, 7 versus 6.48, 12 versus 18.5, 7 versus 6.8, which you could round to 7. And then the last two are less than 1. So our stats are almost spot on with the average stats that were as part of this report.
Made us feel good that we're reporting the right way, and it's all done through the NFIRS. So they, like you said, they surveyed over 2,500 departments and got all their analytics, and ours are matching up, are consistent with the nation. And we look at this one. This is incidents by day. This is kind of a fun one. It's not even a fun one, but I mean, I like what it is. Incidents by the day in the category. So it's broken down on Sundays. You see how many fires, and you see how many medicals, and you see how many others calls that you're getting. Oh, my finger was covering it. That they're getting it by each day. And then you could see that C shift gets the most calls throughout the year, and Station 2 is getting the most incidents, which surpassed Station 1 now. So Station 1, the downtown station, was the one that was predominantly getting more calls, but now Station 2, which is our south end station, is surpassed them, and now we're running more incidents out of Station 2. And this is just the time period of when we get the call. So the majority of 2 or 3 o'clock gets the most calls. So property loss, if you look at it, the pre-incident value was $30 million. We lost $8 million. But what's most important is we might have lost $8 million, but we saved $22 million from that property loss. So we lost, but we actually saved $22 million off of that. So, and we could talk about carbon monoxide incidents, aid givens. There's auto aid given and auto aid received. We've set up some different contracts through our mutual aid and auto aid departments, Aromas, South Santa Clara County, and then CAL FIRE through their mutual aid. So and then this talks about our turnout time. The average time for a response, Station 1 is 6 minutes. Station 2, time to arrival is 11 minutes. And you got to understand that's pretty good because that's fires and EMS. So EMS is a little quicker, takes a little bit more time to get your gear on. But if you look at it, for Station 1, 5 minutes for EMS, 6 minutes for fire. That makes sense, getting dressed and prepared for that. Station 2, 7 minutes and 11 minutes. And that's the average time. That's pretty good because we have calls that take 2 hours to get to sometimes, or an hour and a half to get to. So those average numbers are pretty good. Same thing with Station 3. They have a wide area, so 10 and 13 minutes. And then Station 4, 8 minutes. and then 9 minutes. So Station 4 is our west end station, so it's not just within the city of San Juan Bautista. They actually respond to 156, 101. So that's why those times be a little bit longer on those. Then we'll come over to the station information. Any questions on the property loss and average response times? Sure.
You may not have this information, but it would be, email follow-up is fine. Where are we with this in the general plan? Also had recommendations on fire response? Do we do a comparison with that?
There's NFPA 1710 that has the recommendations.
Correct.
So when we do our master plan and strategic plan, you know, that gets taken into consideration.
We can run it against it and send some.
Thank you.
Chief, I'd also like to know, based on property loss, how does this impact or affect our insurance rating with the insurance providers, given the fact that some insurance providers are really trying to get out of homeowners insurance?
That's a big question.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. It takes, so let's start off with our ISO rating. We're doing our due diligence to improve, and we've improved for the last time of our ISO rating. So right now we're at a good point of 3. Anything that goes on to farther, your insurance rates are going to go up. So if we're waiting to get our truck, once we get our truck, because our truck's been put out of service and it's on order, so we should be getting that rather soon. Once we do that, we have improvements in water, we have improvements in training, and the truck is a big one. That'll improve our number 2 also. So it'll improve it also. So that'll help in turn to get the insurance rates down too. Now, as far as insurance rates, that's out of our control. We're at 3x in the city limits. San Juan Bautista is at 3x, and that's everything within 5 miles. Your fire protection class 3. Anything outside of it, then they won't even consider it. And your insurance, they're even, and this is just from information that I know of very well, because they're canceling, insurance is canceling at homeowners in town. We had one just on Joe Borovich that got a cancellation letter. That's in the middle of the town. You know, we've had some in the middle ag fields are saying it's high fire severity zone. And you go out there and look and it's all green. So insurance and companies have that authority, and more companies are pulling out. We're doing our due diligence by writing fire protection letters saying, hey, you're well within this. This is your response to insurance companies to help homeowners keep their rates or keep their policies. Does that answer it? It's kind of.
Yeah, no, it absolutely did. I think it's important that the community recognizes beyond the call of duty, some of the things that the fire department does to address the community's needs and risks beyond the obvious. And so thank you for that.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Now we'll go into station information. So we'll head on over to that station. We'll go over to station 1. And if you look at it, that just breaks down your incidents. 1870 out of the incidents, and C shift is runs the most calls out of that. Station 1's at 110 5th Street. That houses that's our fire department headquarters, 110 5th Street. Our fire chief's office, our battalion chief's office, and the prevention bureau is being run through 110 5th Street. Now, if you look over the next one, we have 2240 Valley View. That's station 2. That covers our south end from Union Airline or Avenida de Cesar Chavez and Airline to 55 miles down south. That's where station 2 covers. And if you look at them, they ran 1,900 calls. And over here, their B shift is running more calls than the other shifts. We go over to, that's station 3. That's at the airport. That's our temporary station right now. They ran 709 calls out of there, and their B shift is running more calls, incidents out of that station. And then we come over to station 4, which is Polk Street, 24 Polk Street in San Juan Bautista. That's our west end station. They cover everything from 156 and Mitchell to the Aromas Tri-County 101, and we work with 101 and Aromas Tri-County Fire Protection District through that area, up San Juan Canyon and over. But they ran 585 calls, and B shift runs a majority of the calls out of there. We head on over, we have training. The training division is comprised of one battalion chief that oversees all training for Hollister's 48 sworn personnel. There's 4 training cadre that are an integral part of conducting the new hire academies. In April 2023, 5 new firefighters were hired in anticipation of retirements. Our firefighters are required to become certified firefighter 1s and 2s through the State Fire Marshal Office, with 24 hours of hazardous materials operational, 56 hours of wildland training, 312 hours of structure firefighting training, which includes 180 hours of emergency medical technician. And once it's all completed, the firefighters are on an 18-month probation where they're trained to drive the apparatus. So they're able to work above their scope. So not only are they firefighters, but they're driver operators. So they're able to work in that capacity after their 18-month probation. So they get tested on all their firefighter skills at 1 year. Then the next 6 months, they concentrate on all their driving skills, and they pass those after the 6 months. As of in 2023, Hollister Fire Department hosted a highly sought after engine operations class, stretching, flowing, and moving. It came to Hollister. We provided our new training facility. We had people from all over the state and the Western United States that were able to attend this class. So we really put a name on the map for us by having this training facility, because through MOUs with other agencies, we've offered this, or we've had SWAT teams and other fire departments throughout the region come and train at our training facility. And if you look at that pie chart right there, it just breaks it down to how many hours our company training, our hazardous materials training, officer training, driver operator training, and facility training for the department. In 2023 began with a multi-agency training agencies from our bordering counties. The auto aid and mutual aid partners included Aromas Tri-County Fire Protection District, North Monterey County Fire District, Watsonville Fire Department, Pajaro Valley Fire District, and CAL FIRE. The collaboration agencies maintains training and partnerships to provide support in the event of a large-scale incident. We pride ourselves in being active members of the Monterey County Trained Officers Association also. Anything on the training before I switch over to the next one? Okay. Then over here, we get into the fire prevention. In fire prevention, like I said, we're actually a community risk reduction. But if you look over, we have the fire prevention, the next slide over. We've conducted over, for 2023, we conducted 1,776 calls. 1,310 were in the city, 297 were in the county, and 138 were in the city of San Juan Bautista. Plan checks, the Bureau did 359 plan checks. Our outreach, we conducted 32 classes of community CPR. With that, we ended up certifying 303 people in community CPR, where we offer it at an attainable rate. We got 5 new instructors. We've conducted 5 fire extinguisher classes where we taught 165 people from different businesses that decided to give us a call and wanted to learn how to do how to operate their fire extinguishers. We conducted 33 station tours, on-site school visits, 23, miscellaneous pub details were 10, and fire investigations, our arson task force is under the Fire Prevention Bureau. So we have 3 certified fire investigators. They're highly and very capable, well-trained personnel that do a really good job. So they have to maintain a certain CV, a certain they have to maintain a certain amount of certifications and hours. So each member has to maintain 40 hours every 2 years in 4 different categories. So in order to be able to continue their certification, they have a minimum fire classes that they have to attend, and then a minimum of trainings that they have to attend.
Chief?
Yes, sir.
Paul, how many, we have 3 investigators now?
We have 3 online fire investigators. So that means they're on the engine. We don't have a 40-hour a week.
And how long have we had those folks? Remind me.
We started, we used to be every engine company is supposed to investigate it, but we turned it up and we started it probably about 2013. We started with the Bureau. When I came over, it was like, hey, create it and let's get it going. So now the Hollister Fire Department runs the Tri-County Arson Task Force under Monterey County, Santa Cruz County, and San Benito County. We're the board members, we run it, and we're actively involved in it. So we have 3 members with 2 fire investigation vehicles that are self-contained to be able to take it out and not take an engine out of it. And these guys are on call duty, so they'll come off duty. A lot of them are on duty while it happens. So we'll have to staff after that to continue them on there to work with the fire investigators, the private ones, the insurance company ones, but they'll work through there to get these with law enforcement as needed.
So remind me, Chief, it seems to me in the past 3 years, we had some problems doing the mandated inspections, which was kind of why we led to these 2 positions.
Yeah, we do have, and that was part of that. And if you notice back, there was some cost recovery that we did bring back from doing our inspections and the mandates we're able to. So we brought in over $463,000 for the Bureau.
Which is amazing to me. And that's exactly what I envision cost recovery doing. But it also, so your inspectors, though, they've been able to keep up is I guess where I'm going with this. Because I remember at one point you were running as fast as you could and you couldn't run fast enough.
We're starting to slow down. We're starting to jog, but it's a fast jog right now. So last year, I'm pretty confident that we were able to get a majority of the businesses done throughout the city, and the county and San Juan Bautista. And now we've had time and we're actually starting to re-inspect. So right now you'd get a notice and not come back. And same thing with our mandate. So apartment inspections, we didn't have time or the personnel to get out there to re-inspect. They'd get the notice, they'd sign an affidavit saying they'd make sure everything was all good there. But now we're not, how do I say, we're not taking it lightly. When we're seeing life safety issues, we're going out there re-inspecting after the second one, then they're getting an additional inspection fee on that.
Right.
And we'll continue to give them a re-inspection fee until they get compliant, like with smoke detectors, carbon monoxide detectors, or triplexes or more fire extinguishers.
Right. And I think your comments are very timely, given the fact that this council with the city administration is beginning to work on the next budget cycle. And so I think it's important for me, I would hope for the rest of the council, and I believe so, to make sure that we're appropriately staffed in the investigation bureau to make sure that we're doing those things. And certainly I'm encouraged by the cost recovery number for the staff time allocated to do the work. And so I'd invite and ask for you to be prepared to have that conversation when we move into the budget conversation.
I do appreciate that. And we are prepared because there's 2 different entities. We're inspectors first, and that part we're getting, but I'm bringing in the investigator.
Right.
Part.
So I look forward to that conversation.
Thank you. I appreciate that. CPR classes, and we're doing a good number. We're looking this year, we're looking at doubling our amount of calls. So we have our National Fire Prevention Day. We go on to the next slide. Those are just some fun pictures of actually events that have come in our Fire Prevention Day. We have our explorers hosting them and working with them, as well as our personnel working with them. We gave away, over 300 hot dogs, but there was actually way more than 300 people that were there that was in attendance. It's a real time. So this year we actually expanded over to San Juan Bautista too. So this is the first time we're able to get in. Okay, let's dive into there. And we're looking at hosting other community events through fire prevention also. And if you look over the next one, we talk about our fire explorers. In 2022, we had 8 graduates. We took on 10 new explorers. So they've attended trainings that are 4 hours to 8 hours a day, 16 of those trainings, and they've attended at least 5 pub ed details. So they'll come out to our national night out. They'll come out to the kids in the park. They'll come out to our pub ed days and our pancake breakfast. And that's some examples of the graduation. And they're sitting there, a lot of them, We have a couple that are interested in the fire service and interested, so we're mentoring them and helping them be successful into passing their EMTs and stuff like that. But a lot of them just want to serve their community. They want to get involved in there and just see what the fire department's all about. So, and then a lot of them are using this for their resume, but they're succeeding in getting the skills necessary to. A lot of them we're giving them some tips and we're coaching them in public speaking, helping with their resumes, helping to teach, present, coach and counsel and mentor them. So it's working because we've seen people that come in that can't even, they're too scared to read, to presenting and giving tours to adults and kids. So they're doing a really, really good job. Real excited about that. So our accomplishments for the year, the department onboarded 5 new firefighters. The training division held its first class open to outside firefighters at the training tower. Prevention is working with the training division. We certified 80% of the city of Hollister fire department employees, or the city of Hollister employees. We've done, the department received 2 new fire apparatus, a 4x4 unit and a water tender. The city council approved the purchase of a new ladder truck. The city has been without a ladder truck since 2020. And the department received new sets of e-tools, which we have on engines already in service. In addition to wanting to update our auto aid agreements with Aromas and Tri-County Fire Protection District this last year. So our accomplishments, and if you look at the next picture, we have that new Type 3 fire engine that we did order, and we do have it in hand. Right now, they're just working on some warranty work before we get it in, we're hoping to get it in within a few weeks before the fire season starts. And if you look down there below that, that's our tactical water tender. Tactical water tender, the label will get deeper and farther than the bigger one that we have. But now we have 2 water tenders, actually a third one with the city ones. So if we need an emergency, now we have 3 water tenders to take care of our needs in the event of emergency. And if you look down at the bottom, that's just a concept of our new aerial fire truck. And then our goals for 2024, continue with a feasibility study for possible future fire protection district. We need to paint our station 1. We need to develop a plan for future staffing for our ladder truck. We need a fire department master plan, strategic plan. We need to purchase equipment for the new ladder truck. We need to replace, which I believe we have replaced, our thermal imaging cameras already, our TICs, which were outdated. It's been probably about 10 years since we've gotten them. So that's a big, we're doing some training through those right now. Develop a new plan for a brick and mortar for Station 3, which would be our north end station, or San Juan station, wherever we can decide where we're going to develop an auto aid agreement with Gilroy. We have to make sure it's receptacle. So they're working on that plan right now. Make sure we're giving them what they need and they're giving us what we need. Repair the floors at Station 2. Electrical pairs at Station 1 and 2 are needing to get accomplished. Covering for equipment for the training grounds, which is just to protect the our training apparatus at the training tower. Install our 40-hour captain. Develop plan for SCBA replacements. Getting on a replacement schedule because our current units expire in 2028. And then continue on with developing our standard operating procedures and guidelines for the department. Thank you, Chief Dover. Any other questions?
And we do have Chief Dover online. If you have questions for him, we could take questions on this report now or roll right into the next piece of it and take questions after that, whatever is your preference. So,
Any question? Councilmember Morales.
Just for time efficiency, I'd like to know more about your Explorer program, like house funded age type of training that you do, but you can send me an email or we can connect offline.
Yeah, I could real quick talk about it. It's for ages between 14 to 21 and maintain a 2.0 grade point average. And then we do get them, we start them at the school year. In August, we take in applications and we keep them on the school year. So they'll do training throughout the year because we work with them because we understand that they have lives, they have school and they want to be able to. So we extend it out. So come August, once they've completed their training, their CPR, their first aid, their introduction to the fire service, then we graduate them with a badge pinning ceremony at the end. And then throughout the year, they're still able to attend it's through the Boy Scouts of America. So we're all certified in the Learning for Life program. So we have the 101. If we have Females, we have to have one female. We have male, we have to have one male, all times through there. And we have to do the background and the testing through that. So it's through the Boy Scouts of America. Does that answer? Through the Boy Scouts, yeah. And then I'll send you an example of it, and I could send you a application if you want to see that also. You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions or? Do we have any public comment before we go on?
We don't have any public comments, but I think there's another part to this presentation.
Yeah, if you just want to roll into the next part. So we figured that would give a lot of good background before we got into the next piece. So we wanted to provide that as well. Maybe I can- Okay, so at last year's budget hearings, we had a request to do a dive into the contracts on the the fire services for the county of San Benito and the city of San Juan Bautista. And so I'll give an overview of this. This was done in collaboration with Chief Dover, who is online and available to take questions as well. Paul, maybe you could shrink that right there. There we go. So just a brief history of the fire protection services. 1968, San Juan Bautista's volunteer fire department was established. Shortly thereafter, in 1875, Hollister's fire department was established. In the 50s and 60s, CDF provided services to the county on an as-available basis. CDF later became CAL FIRE. In the 60s, there was an agreement with the county. And then in 76, the county volunteers were formed. And 1979, CDF relocates from Vista Park Hill to the new fire station. So the buildings up at Park Hill, that was the fire station before the fire station was built out on Fairview Road over by Sunny Slope Village. And just for reference, we have a photo there of City Hall that is from a postcard that is 113 years old. And you'll see to the right there where the double doors are, that is where the fire truck would come out when that was the fire station. Next, in 2012, the Board of Supervisors Fire Protection Committee requests a snapshot view of how Hollister Fire could provide countywide fire services. In March of 13, a proposal is submitted, and shortly thereafter, agreements were executed for both San Benito County and San Juan Bautista. So the original staffing prior to the 2013 agreements, Hollister Fire was at 25.5 FTEs with 25 paid call reserves. The county, via their CAL FIRE contract, had 6.1 FTE and 25 reserves, FTE being full-time equivalent staffing. Within the first year of the county contract, all county reserves transitioned from $10 a call to $10 per hour. San Juan Bautista, prior to that, was a 100% volunteer fire department. Within that first year, they too became paid call firefighters at $10 an hour. And I just wanted to give a little bit of background. In 2018, we'll talk a little bit more about the fire protection district work that's being done. There was a study done in 2018, and the work done now is, kind of a refresh of that model and study. Some of the recommendations, if we were to stay in a fire department that's serving all the county and stay status quo at that time, formal fire prevention bureau, construction of a fire training facility, establish the fire station 3 was established at the airport, increase administrative capacity through the battalion chiefs, developing a 5-year strategic plan, and new equipment. And so those were items that were called out. We're in the process of starting those discussions on the 5-year strategic plan. Your council did approve us to go forward with issuing an RFP. And that, as you saw through Chief's presentation, those items have been implemented since that 2018 study. So for the county, the contract was established in May of 2013. At that point, it calls out in the contract that the fire advisory committee meetings were to cease upon contract execution, and the fire chief would provide a presentation twice a year to the elected body. Those advisory committee meetings were rebooted at the request of the city about a year ago, maybe a little bit less than a year ago, to start talking about the fire district again. Just a brief history, the contract was then extended in October of 15, and the current one that we are under now was extended on January 1st of 2019. That contract runs through December 31st of 2025, with then the option of 3 individual one-year extensions, and the contract calls for a 270-day termination clause. It does require no less than a 2-0 staffing model. I wanted to point out that our MOU and standard is a 3-0 staffing model, and maybe Chief, I can put you on the spot and talk about a 2-0 versus a 3-0 for the benefit of the public.
Yeah, the 2-0, that's just having one driver and I believe nobody does the 2-0 staffing. It's not safe is what it is. And even NFPA 1710 requires that we have 4 staffing on the fire engine to be able to adequately mitigate the emergency. So right now we're sitting at a MOU that requires 3-0 staffing. So eventually per NFPA 1710, which they'll hold us accountable, so those are the guidelines that we use. An example is when we had an apartment complex fire, we need like 27, 28 people initially responding to that call to mitigate it. Well, we only have 13, 12 on the engine, and then 1 battalion chief. So we're not saying to get to there, but we're saying to get to that number to make it a little bit safer to meet our requirements for that. So 3 people, it's usually when you're on a call, it's usually 1 engineer that's staffing the fire engine, pumping the water for you. And then the captain, who's usually trying to run and set up the incident command until the BC gets there, is doing his walk around, but he's usually the one that goes in with the firefighter. And you got to remember, it's the law, you have a 2 in, 2 out. So that takes out 2 of our engines in there right away, because 2 people are going in. That means we have to 2 on standby. Then we have to set up a RIC team for in the event that those people go down. So that's another 2 to 3 people. So that takes away all the jobs right now at minimum requirements. And you got to understand, our help is 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour away for us. We're a self-sustained little island right now at this time. So we've been very fortunate. We are safe. We are very assertive. So we're doing the best that we can with what we have. And we need to, how do I say, get that number closer.
I just wanted to explain the difference of 2-0
2-0,
and 3-0.
okay.
Okay, so the contract shows the different contract objectives. So administrative accountability, and that's where it calls for the fire chief to present. Upon completion of this, we will extend the presentation that we gave on the annual report. We will be offering that presentation to both the Board of Supervisors and the City Council of San Juan Bautista. And, they've often through the years given updates and reports. So there's a financial objective, management, reserve firefighters, jurisdiction, pre-planning and fire inspections, vehicles and equipment, fire prevention, training, fire suppression, EMS, communications, disaster preparedness and response, and facilities. So upon execution of the 2019 contract extension, the city was required to purchase 3 vehicles, the Type 1, the Type 3 apparatus, as well as the off-road tender. Those vehicles have been purchased. We have the price there, a little shy of $1.5 million. The county has the option to purchase these vehicles at fair market value if the contract is terminated. So they do get the first right to purchase those vehicles. And the city is required to cover costs for maintenance, repairs, equipment, fuel, utilities, supplies. Basically, it's a full gamut on the contract itself. We did cover the costs of the creation of the temporary fire station at the airport too. That's approximately about $250,000 in costs. And the contract does not have any provision for any administrative rate as well, as you may see with contracts. So just a high level summary of the funding levels of the contract. So starting at 1.1 million, there was a provision for CPI, then the contract was renegotiated. So you can see that history there. 1.1 graduates to about 1.2 in 2017. 2019, you do see the jump with the new contract to 1.8. That is where you had the requirement of purchasing equipment. And then from then out, these are the breakdowns. It is on a calendar year. Those contracts were originally developed right around the beginning of a calendar year. So they are on the calendar year cycle, not on a fiscal year. So right now we, for 23-24, the first two invoices of the 23-24 year would be at the 23 rate. And then as you pivot into the Q3 and Q4 of the calendar year, then pick up that new rate on a quarterly basis. So now I'll step into the City of San Juan Bautista's contract. Same contract objectives verbatim that are in the contract with the county. It was established in June of 2013. The extension of the contract in December of 2015. It called for the City of San Juan to allocate $30,000 per year for a new engine and a strive for Hollister to strive to have 50 reserves. That contract was extended in March of 2019. The current contract does not have the provision for putting money aside for a new engine. Similar to the county, it does have the option for 3 individual 1-year extensions and a 270-day termination clause. This contract, different than the county, does mention the county's 2.0, no less than 2.0 staffing, but for the city requires a 3.0 staffing model similar to our MOU. The city is required to cover the costs, again, for maintenance, repairs, equipment, everything, no admin rate. And on both contracts, total for all of our services, as you know, with dispatch, we are part of SCR 911. Our annual cost for this year is budgeted at $675,000 for fire dispatch. And so that gets all lumped in and paid out directly by the city for all the agencies. So here again is the contract funding levels, starting at 150,000. In my review, I did see it bump back in 2016. That's when new contracts were required. So it may have been a rounding piece where they started at 2016 at 159. It does have an inflator on it. It is prescribed. So in the other contract, you saw that I had a CPI call out. This is actually at this point for the current contract spelled out in with the increase. The contract calls for a fire station lease agreement to be drawn at the following rates. Year 1 through 3, 36,000. You see it progresses there. We are also required to pay the utilities at the fire station. That roughly comes in around $36,000 a year. And so I did want to point out at the January 21st, 2020 council meeting, when that lease came back, that lease did not pass. So that is something that in the analysis of the contract I did uncover. And you did see some call outs for reserves and paid call firefighters. So as you look at the original documents, there was call outs for an assumption of staff supplements on reserve and paid call firefighters. There are some items that I would like to point out. You do have AB 1127, which was signed in before this was, these contracts were signed. And you do have, other agencies out there that do have reserves. So it's not to say that there's agencies that do not. Labor code sections were modified and, volunteer fire companies have fines of up to $25,000 per safety violation. And there is requiring volunteer fire companies to meet the standard presents, a sizable financial burden, but that failure to meet the standard will cause government entities and their supervisors to be civilly liable in the event of a preventable accident. And so in talking with Chief Dover, if they go into a building and the volunteer or the reserve does not have the proper training and they send that individual in, because in the heat of the moment, you send the person in and Lord forbid, they pass away or are critically injured, Not only is the agency civilly liable, but the actual, the commanding officer would be liable as well civilly. AB or SB 1207 was passed in 2001, which also includes volunteer firefighters under the code of basically under OSHA. Prior to that, they were exempt from provisions because they were not considered employees under OSHA, and so you had a pivot there with state law. The minimal standards for all personnel is the requirement to have their state EMT license to render medical aid. The firefighter certificate 1 requirements of over 900 hours of training required prior to taking the exam. They're administered at various state training facilities. And just overall, you've seen more of a decline in volunteerism in the fire service, especially in California, due to high cost of living, extensive training mandates that have been since put in place at the state level. As Chief mentioned in his presentation, that the Fire Protection Committee is currently exploring the feasibility of forming a fire district. That committee, as I mentioned, 2 supervisors and 2 council members from the city of Hollister and San Juan Bautista. Councilmember Perez and Mayor Casey serve for the city of Hollister. That study is being conducted using grant funding, and the study is to include technical and economic feasibility of a formation of a district, whether the formation of a fire district is feasible within each of the 3 participating jurisdictions' current costs, in addition to examining the future potential funding sources, and then to research the current potential growth and evaluate if any impacts or improvements are needed to maintain adequate service. So as part of the review, Chief mentioned a breakdown of calls. And so in working with Chief Dover, what we did is we looked at the 22-23 calls for service and looked at it 2 ways. We looked at it from the total calls by jurisdiction, and then looked at it from those calls and the time of dispatch to where the call is cleared. So when the call comes in and they leave to where they call out and get cleared from the scene. We doesn't get tracked from when they leave the scene to back to the station, but it does show that. So call volume is certainly one way to look at it. But when you have a county that is 1,300, almost nearly 1,400 square miles, and the city is nearly 8 square miles, and San Juan is 1 square mile, not all calls are created equal. While we were putting this presentation together, fortunately, the calls were called off 15, 20 minutes into it. We did have an accident out on 101 near Aromas, and a couple minutes later, two engines dispatched to New Idria out in that area, almost to the Fresno County line out in that area. Now, fortunately, 20 minutes in or so, those were called off. So as you can imagine, the gas, the wear and tear on the vehicles, the amount of time to respond to a call out by the Pinnacles or out by 156 is certainly going to be different than a call within our 7 square miles with multiple stations responding. And so in looking at that volume based on the data that was in their system, it's for San Benito County number of calls, and this is for fiscal year 22-23, where the fire report is calendar year 23. So you see it's just off just a hair on that because it's a different time period. You're looking at call it 39% county calls, 57% City of Hollister calls, and 3.4% San Juan Bautista. When you pivot that based on time of calls, San Benito goes to 49.6, Hollister goes to 46.6, San Juan moves nominally because the count's 1 square mile. So that's how we looked at it to get an idea of time spent responding to the calls. And then finally, that's the last slide of our presentation. We do have a discussion slide and included a historical picture. That is the old courthouse. That would be right here before where the right here on the corner of 5th and Monterey, as well as a fire company from long ago. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions. Again, we do have Chief Dover on the line as well.
Questions? Vice Mayor?
Thank you. So I think that the most frustrating thing out of hearing this is the amount of dollars that the county is paying us. And it feels like we're subsidizing work to do for them because of the amount, not just the amount of calls, but the time it takes to get out to the county. I think first and foremost, we need to start recouping that cost. So it looks like the current contract, when is it due to expire, the current contract?
December of 2025. And then there's the 1-year options on those contracts.
So
And I'd have to-
when can we start negotiating, or is there a clause in there that allows us to renegotiate the cost?
Yeah, there's certainly not a clause that calls that out. I would lean to Mary, and certainly both parties could agree to enter discussions if
So
that's the
from
direction we receive.
Now up until December 2025, it's pretty much nothing we can do. We're stuck with this contract. Okay, well then I would suggest that the council make that request. And I would hope and suggest that the county in good faith enters in those agreements, because it's not right to the taxpaying citizens. It looks like we are underfunded by, from my rough estimate, about $1.5 million. And that's not including the lease and the utilities that we're paying in San Juan Bautista. So I'd like for us to, any way that we can, start those discussions, and I'd like for the council to support that. Thank you.
Yeah, if just to give a little,
Sure.
If I look at the current year budget, we're budgeted at 13,900,000, excuse me. Call it 14 million and make it easy. We're $2,000 away from that. The San Benito contract is $2 million. We do have an offset with fees, and then the grant that we received that Charlie had mentioned, that's for wildland fire suppression. So we did count that against, what those costs were. We did count that. In looking at that, if you were to prorate $14 million across 49.6%, that's just shy of $7 million. And so there's a variance there of nearly $4 million.
So in essence, it's more than I had thought. Thank you.
So you're not a math teacher?
Councilmember Burns, did you?
No, I did. I asked Councilmember Resendez if he's a math teacher. But for the fire chief. Or
Yeah, there are a lot of factors in here. So
the fire marshal chief, sir, I can get it to sir. I've heard from the city manager's presentation, it feels to me like there's multiple parallel conversations. Regardless of whether or not we are a service provider for San Juan Bautista and San Benito County, are we understaffed? If we were to walk away from those contracts at some point, it's hard for me to interpret. I heard the between the lines conversation about we need more firefighters either way. Can you expand on that for me? You might not want to, but.
and if you feel more comfortable, I could have Chief Dover.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Can you bring?
I could bring some, yeah.
Okay, this is Chief Dover here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the question is are we understaffed? If you go back to the 2013 model, NFPA 1701 stated you want to be able to bring 15 firefighters to bear on a structure fire in under 8 minutes. Even with the merger of all the jurisdictions, we haven't been able to meet that minimum standard. So the answer to understaffing is yes. Currently, I think Chief Bedolla brought up that there's been an upgrade in, especially with the, state's introduction to medium density housing, which is your garden apartment style homes. NFPA increased that number. And unfortunately, I don't have those numbers directly in front of me, but they are higher than 15. I want to put them at around 24, I believe. So our goal, especially when we merge these jurisdictions, like we said, we wanted to provide an efficient, and appropriate status level, that should be the goal of everybody. And we currently do not meet that. And that's part of the reason too why our overtime numbers are high.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And so I guess I've just heard the city manager say we're several $1 million underfunded from the other jurisdictions that we provide fire service to based on the data that we've arrived at this year.
Yeah, if you look at it, just the total costs and divide it up by time spent on calls, or even on just call volume, that ratio is certainly not in alignment. If I'm looking at, this budget year, we are at because as I said, you had a calendar year. So as I blend the 2 fiscal years, you're at about $2.2 million of county contribution. And when I take the revenue for the San Juan Bautista contract at about 260,000, and then reduce the rent, utilities, those costs, you're at about 184,000 roughly. And there is a little bit of revenue offset. And like I said, we did have the grant for the wildland reduction. So that's pretty much county work. Those costs would come off of there as well. But overall, yes, I mean, it's your total contracts for this year are just shy of about $2.4 million.
So I'll reserve my comments for later, but
we're at comments.
Oh,
aren't we? Because we did.
I thought we were at
take public
questions.
comment.
Well, I do comments and I'm fine with doing that
We
as
could
well.
Yeah, we'll
Okay.
probably just go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So, all right. For either the chief or the fire marshal.
Mhm.
Did I get it right? Thanks. I'm so sorry. Seems part of the premise was based on reserves, and it feels to me that that's not even realistic at this point based on what the city manager and the fire marshal have updated in regards to that. And so are there other local jurisdictions that supplement their fire department with reserves that provide these roles, or is a reserve really a thing of the past?
I would say they don't supplement their staffing. They mentor and prepare them to be successful to test into the facility, but they never supplement staffing with reserves. Reserves is just very hard. I was a reserve for the county when I was a firefighter also. And it's just hard to keep up all those mandates and the training on top of your other job when your family life, just to maintain those minimum standards. You're living away from home because you're trying to maintain your minimum training standards. So, and then most of the people that we did have were commuting out of the area that were our reserve. So they're getting up 4 or 5 in the morning and they're coming back at 8 at night. So there's no time to train and no time to respond to calls. So they weren't able to maintain it. So it's just naturally how do I say, it's fizzling away because people just can't commit and the way they were before.
Right.
That makes sense.
Yeah, 100%. And so we really need to look at our fire model based on not having reserves as a possibility to meet those minimum staffing levels. And the minimum staffing levels, as I understand it, are established for safety reasons. It's not because we just want to.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if we have a reserve, we're going into fire. I want to make sure that reserve can take care of me because I guarantee you I'll be able to take care of them in the event of emergency and to handle situations. So I want to make sure that person has my back, and so does my family and the city of Hollister. So we want to make sure they're safe and they can take care of us as well.
Right. And so one of the things in the earlier part of the presentation, excuse me, is you talked about medical aid calls. And one of the things I didn't hear any conversation on, so I presume we don't have, do we have any paramedics that are part of the fire department?
No, not right now, but
Okay.
that's something that's in the works as the model that we're working towards, because we only have 2 paramedics in the county.
Okay.
Total, with
Okay.
2 ambulances.
Well, right. And so when as I heard you say, 62% of all fire calls are medical aid type calls. And I actually think when you factor in the feel good call, I don't remember what you called it, but that number is probably higher. And so has there been any consideration given to, when we respond to fire rig with minimum 3 firefighters, and we got fire rigs that are costing $500,000 or more per rig, it feels to me like we're putting a lot of miles on that aren't really fire related. And I understand the conversation that they could be dispatched to a fire at any given time, but I'm wondering if there's a possibility to think about maybe a Station 51, the LAP or the LAFD mindset, given the sheer number of calls, whether it be within the city of Hollister or within the county, to address part of that need and that concern. And I'm not looking for a response. I'm just trying to put that out there. And I hope that you guys are visionaries. And I don't know what other jurisdictions are doing. From the city manager's comment about the stats, they seem to align very consistently with everybody else. But I would also think others are looking at ways to not add costs, but to find ways to minimize the cost and maximize the resources that we have.
And yeah, one of the things too that I would like to explore as we go on is insurance claim recoveries as well.
Absolutely, whether it be from a house fire or whether it be from a car accident.
Mm-hmm. And one thing I'd like to clarify, I do have on there the fire staffing MOU. So I was remiss. It's whenever possible, apparatus will be staffed by 3 professional firefighters. However, this does not establish mandatory minimum staffing levels. So I want to clarify that. As you saw from the flow chart or the org chart,
right?
They were either at 3 and some companies had 4. So I did want to clarify that.
And I think it's important, because if we increase the staff, then I would presume we're either going to pay for it through overtime, or we're going to pay for it through additional staffing needs. And hopefully when one goes up, the other comes down to some degree to reduce the overtime if we can staff more appropriately moving forward. One of the things that really jerks my chain a little bit is the fact that we're paying $45,000 a year to put our firefighters with our fire equipment in another city. And I don't know how that was ever arrived at, but from my perspective, that's something inherently wrong with that. And then as I read in the contract, I thought also, although I didn't hear it tonight, there was some sort of an agreement that we would also use their mechanics to work on our stuff and pay them to do that? Okay.
Yes. Yeah, there's maybe Chief Dover, you could talk. We did discuss the mechanics clause in there. So Chief, if you could talk about how you guys have worked with that in the past and where that's at now.
Yeah, absolutely. Early on in this contract, a lot of our apparatus were a lot older, and San Juan Batista had a public works employee who was also a certified diesel mechanic. And because we were struggling to get our vehicles, because we only have 2 mechanics with the city of Hollister, we were struggling to get our vehicles repaired, and San Juan offered up allowing us to utilize their mechanic, kind of as an overflow when we were over inundated with repairs or we were in an emergency situation and we needed to get the vehicle fixed right away. It wasn't a constant, flurry of vehicles going to San Juan Batista for repairs. It was more of an option in an emergency.
Okay, thanks for putting that in its context. And it changes my perspective. It seems like it was something that was mutually necessary at the time, and I'm not quite as tweaked. Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
And then as Councilmember Resendez, Vice Mayor Resendez pointed out, math teacher Resendez pointed out, the cost of utilities as well. That whole thing just grinds on me. And I guess the final comment I want to bring up, knowing that this will gain some momentum somewhere. My understanding was the temporary facility, which is like a trailer and a carport out at the airport, were those ever designed or intended to be a permanent structure? Because how many years are we into this contract, and at what point, who's going to pay for that, and who does that serve? Does that actually serve the city, or does it serve the county?
So it was designed as a CalStar headquarters. During the contract, during our time in providing that, we were working with the county to get Station 3. Well, it kept getting pushed back, and delayed a little bit. So we did our due diligence, got proactive, and decided to purchase this trailer and make this a temporary station for the northern county. Although it's at the airport, it does benefit both the northern part of the county, but it's also second due for the inside the city limits too. So it does benefit the city also.
I think one of the challenges that we've had there, and we brought it forward at budget and haven't brought it back as a project because I'm working with our new airport director on making sure we get it right, is, the road that the fire truck takes out of there. That was not a road that was designed for the weight of a fire truck. And so it has done significant damage out there to some of our existing pavement that we have to actually drive around it. So that will be a project that comes back that we will, as we do airport improvements, that we'll have to look at as well.
I like the vision there. I would just be quiet and say the county needs to step up big time. I mean, this is insane that the city of Hollister taxpayers are paying significant costs to supplement the cost of the county for fire service. And why I like the idea, my understanding is it could take a decade or longer to create a fire district if it could even really happen. And so we need to find a solution for the here and the now with a vision of the future. And so county just needs to step up. And I would say, my 2 cents would be, I would very much like for the city attorney to enter into negotiations as soon as possible. My recollection was we could in fact terminate that contract within 270 days, if I read it right or heard it correctly.
There is a 270-day termination clause in the contract.
Right. They need to pay up, and I'll be quiet. Thank you.
Councilmember Perez, anything?
I agree with Councilman Burns. They've gotten away with it for a long time. But I do want to thank you, Interim Chief Dover, for the presentation. Yeah, I totally support the Mr. Burns, I couldn't think of his name, Tim Burns, for the in going after and getting what we're owed.
Councilmember.
Thank you for the very thorough and detailed report. I can tell that you spent a lot of time doing a lot of research, so it's very much appreciated and needed. So I would support having our city attorney look to see how we can negotiate better terms. I don't know if we do have a clause to re-enter or to open the agreement. I don't know how we can continue with the current contract as written until 2025. I think, if we do need to do a termination clause, 270-day termination clause, I'm fine with that. I can't imagine having to carry the cost for the county and San Juan Bautista.
And that was going to be my question for
Yeah.
the county and San Juan
Yes,
Bautista.
for both. And since the council never authorized us to pay the lease, how is it that we're able to pay the lease if the council voted that down?
Very interesting.
Staff internally had received direction to pay the lease, so that has been paid since the last contract was signed, and that is something that we have looked at as we've gone through our process as well. Working with the finance department, looking at all contracts, invoices, to ensure that the invoice not only matches against the contract provisions, but that the contract is valid and current.
So I guess that's my question about San Juan Bautista. So maybe I missed it, but are they closer as far as what in the realm of what they should be paying? Are they out of whack too, or?
If I look at just overall on call time, that is around 525,000. If you look at, that's a 3.8%, 3.4 is around 480. And then you do have the offset of the contract. I did net out, what we're immediately putting back in, because that is an expense that is borne by us. And then there is some fee revenue that comes in through the work that they're doing with inspections and whatnot. So that gets calculated out. But yeah, it is roughly in the, call it $250,000 to $300,000.
So it's in the ballpark. We're not way off with them. All right.
Yeah, it's about half.
So you're saying okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood what you were saying.
About anywhere from 41 to 42%, depending on the methodology.
So
and that's across fiscal year 22, 23, years change. So we could look at, how, if you look at methodology and, does that inform the next year's budget process, that type of thing, where you're splitting costs.
So in theory, we could be renegotiating both.
That is what city
and
attorney clarified.
including the lease, taking a look at that. And I mean,
Mary, perhaps you could weigh in on
Negotiating it.
yeah, I mean, it's not, we don't have one at this point in time. We're just paying it. As if my understanding is correct.
Yeah,
perhaps we should
so
renegotiate
we
that.
do need to remedy that.
Yeah.
That's the status.
And
And we
just
will work
how
on
we
that with
arrived,
negotiations.
I mean, not being here, how did we arrive at that amount? And it's kind of, it seems like the utilities are really large. Maybe it's water, but it's almost as much as the lease itself. So it just kind of struck me a little bit. I appreciate the presentation. The second time I've heard it, because we had it at the fire protection meeting. And it's really thorough, and it really helps us to identify, what we needed to do. I will say that we did have our county folks at that meeting, and I think their eyes kind of opened a little wider too. So I think they're aware. I don't know if the fact that they're, wanting and pushing for a district as well, if that could give us some leverage to get this renegotiated. I don't know, but I'd certainly be in favor and support of trying to renegotiate, because it's ridiculous at this point. It's so far off. It seems to be a theme with some of our countywide things that we're supporting. So,
Madam Mayor.
yes.
So what happens if we initiate the 270-day termination clause after that? Let's say, what happens when we initiate it? Can we then enter negotiations and then stop this at some point? Or what happens if there's no interest on the county and we go that route altogether? Then essentially the Hollister City Fire Department would just service the city of Hollister, and that's it.
Okay. Oh, you want me to answer? Okay, so typically what happens is if a city or a county can't provide their own fire services, and then we don't have a contract with them, they would have to negotiate something with CAL FIRE, most likely. And then look at the cost of that. Typically, that's a lot more than a district or contracts with the city.
My concern, and so then if we initiate the clause, which I appreciate you bringing up, then can we stop it if they were then to pay up?
We could initiate it. In theory, they could say, oh no, we're not going to renew with you. And then that's it. I mean, they could say, no, it doesn't matter if you stop it or not. We have no interest. I don't see them going that route, but you could always put a pause.
Well, I'm sorry, but enough is enough. And I think that I don't have any interest in kicking this can further down the road. So I would ask that the council consider initiating the 270-day termination clause.
Question for you, city attorney, though. I mean, is that necessary to do that in order to ask for negotiations? I mean, it seems like that would be something you'd say, look, if we can't meet up on this, then we're going to institute this
Mm-hmm.
clause rather than jumping to that first. I mean,
You could do it either way. I
just
mean, you
seems like it would be
could
more fruitful to-
initiate, or you could say, this is what we want to see from the county in San Juan Bautista, or we'll have no option but to initiate the
yeah,
200.
it seems like that's a better negotiating strategy.
If that's the route, then I would just make sure that the council give clear direction as to the timeline of when it's going to come back for us to receive the report so that we can decide then.
Would we be able to get an answer by next meeting?
I think that just depends on
Or
when it
always.
goes to their board of supervisors for discussion, and it's not just me talking to the attorney. The attorney needs to get approval from
Sure.
their
This is
client.
what-
So potentially 2 meetings down the line or something that would be
Potentially.
reasonable.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they're going to want to, the city manager and the CAO are going to want to ask quite a few questions of me and go through a handful of questions before, they're going to have their questions, I'm sure, before they can make a recommendation.
Yes.
Obviously with discussions like this, I'm sure they're going to want to chat more. So, and I have had cursory discussions with them and ran through numbers. So
Is two meetings a month, is that long enough for you?
we will try our best.
Yeah.
However, I mean, it is dependent on the other party as well.
Okay.
We could certainly have an update, wherever we're at.
And there would be nothing that would preclude well, first of all, the county, as I've heard tonight, this is not breaking news to them. They have known this and they've been living pretty large at the city taxpayers' expense. And so again, if they can't get it agendized, poor planning on their part doesn't create a problem for us. It shouldn't create a problem for us. And they could always call an emergency meeting because this is a pretty big deal. If it's a priority for me as a council member, if it isn't a priority for them, that's not my problem. I think if they don't hit a deadline for us, then we do invoke the 270 day and then they can figure it out. And this isn't the first year we've been doing this. I mean, there's a history here that, as the vice mayor said, I have no interest in kicking this can down the road. And we still got to address the other issue at some point through budget of what is the correct number of firefighters that we employ, whether it be citywide or countywide. And $2 million or $4 million, whatever that number looks like. And it's not like we're going back and asking for past costs for previous years. But that's a lot of money. And there's a lot of things that could be done with it to supplement our fire staff, or whether it be our general fund. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, when we talk fire staff, we are talking general fund. And so in my opinion, we need to make this a hard priority with a hard stop deadline, because we're still going to underwrite it for 9 months.
That is what 270 days is.
Yeah, that's my math teacher coming out of me again. So thank you. I'll be quiet now, I think.
So I think you've got some direction then, or do you need anything more from us? You good? Okay. And we can, thank you. We can move on to 11.4, the May 2024 legislative update.
Good evening, Mayor Casey and City Council. I'll be providing your May 2024 legislative update. I'm just getting my presentation up here. And this update will just be focused on one United States Supreme Court case that was decided last month in April, and it relates to development impact fees. Okay, thank you. Okay. So just some factual background about this case. George Sheets, and this is, I don't know if I said the name, it's Sheets versus County of El Dorado. Sheets applied for a building permit for a small prefabricated home on his residential parcel in a location that was classified as low density residential in the County of El Dorado. As a condition of his permit, he was required to pay a traffic impact fee of $23,420. The county's Board of Supervisors had previously legislatively adopted a general plan to address significant population growth in the county. And that general plan required developers to pay a traffic impact fee as a condition of a permit to address traffic congestion. The proceeds from that impact fee, those proceeds were used to improve local road systems. And the fee amounts were determined by a rate schedule using the development by category. So for example, in this case, low density residential and the location within the county. And so those were the two factors that were used to calculate the fee for Mr. Sheets. The rate schedule didn't take into account the traffic-related impacts specifically attributable to any particular project, including his particular project. It was really just based on those broad categories. So Sheets argued that the county's calculation of his traffic impact fees based on a rate schedule was an unlawful exaction of money under the Takings Clause of the United States Constitution because the amount of the fee wasn't individualized to his particular project. And so just as a reminder, the Takings Clause of the United States Constitution, it allows the government to take private property for public use if the government provides just compensation. And previous case law has determined that fees as a condition of a permit is also a type of exaction. So not just the taking of actual property, but taking of money in return as a condition of a permit is also an exaction. Next slide. Oh, previous slide. So as you likely know, impact fees are intended to mitigate the impact of new development on city infrastructure. And even before Sheets, there is a good amount of case law and then also state law that regulates how impact fees are regulated and applied. So in two previous Supreme Court cases, the United States Supreme Court, the first was Nolan versus California Coastal Commission, and that came out of California. And the second case was Dolan versus City of Tigard, which came out of Oregon. Those two Supreme Court cases address whether or not development impact fees violate the Takings Clause. And those two cases decided together, created what we call the Nolan-Dolan test. And under that test, development exactions must have an essential nexus to the development project, and they must be imposed in a manner that's roughly proportional to the impact caused by the development. So what that means is that a project or an exaction or a fee has to have some connection to the impact of the project on the city or county infrastructure. And it has to be of an amount that's roughly proportional to the impact, so the dollar amount. California courts and the Ninth Circuit, though, have found in past case law that that test doesn't apply to legislatively adopted impact fees, so fees that are adopted pursuant to a rate schedule based on a nexus fee study, and only applied to ad hoc individual fees, so when a fee is imposed just on one particular project. However, other circuits, so outside of the Ninth Circuit, have made different findings, and so the Supreme Court took up this case just to resolve that dispute, whether or not these types of fees, or whether or not the Nolan-Dolan test applies to just legislatively adopted fees, or whether just to ad hoc fees, or whether to both. In addition, California cities are required to comply with the Mitigation Fee Act, and that act requires, among many things, that development impact fees be based on a nexus study. So typically, cities will conduct impact fee studies, which decide how much impact fees should be based on what the estimated impact of new development is on the city. And then the city will adopt a fee schedule based upon that nexus fee study. And that's all based on the requirements of the Mitigation Fee Act. So as I mentioned, the Supreme Court took up this case because there is a conflict of decision across the country in different circuits. The court essentially decided that development impact fees, whether imposed legislatively or on an ad hoc basis, do need to follow the Nolan-Dolan test. So that's the narrow finding in this case, that what California courts have decided in the past and the Ninth Circuit have decided in the past, that that essential nexus and rough proportionality test doesn't apply to legislatively adopted fees. The Supreme Court said, no, it does apply to those fees. But I think it's important to recognize that it's a very narrow holding. And the court, in fact, expressly said that they're not deciding whether or not the nexus fee studies have to have a specific nexus or proportionality to a particular project. So they didn't say that the Mitigation Fee Act and the way that cities and counties currently adopt impact fees was wrong. In fact, they didn't discuss that issue at all and expressly said they're not discussing that issue. And so I think, next slide, please. And that really is the key takeaway, is that Nolan-Dolan test, that rough proportionality, essential nexus requirement applies to all impact fees, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the way that cities and counties in California currently calculate and apply these fees is incorrect. So really that's the key takeaway. But in addition, we just, our recommendation is that our city clients continue to follow the Mitigation Fee Act, which in and of itself creates the nexus fee study, which establishes that nexus and rough proportionality, but just continually updating, ensuring that those fees are correct. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Do you have any questions? Yes.
This is just gonna sound, I'm starting to get tired, so I want to make sure I heard you clearly. So pretty much status quo, just pay attention to what we're doing. Is that?
That's the takeaway.
Okay.
And I should mention that the Supreme Court didn't actually make a decision on Sheets' particular case. They remanded it back to the lower courts. And so we don't know, they just directed those lower courts to take that Nolan-Dolan test into consideration when they do make a decision. So we don't know what they will decide. But yes, you're right.
Any other questions, or do you have any public comment?
Mayor Casey, we had one public comment card submitted for Devin Pack, who looks like he has left, and those are only public comments we have.
Okay. Is there any other discussion, or are we good? We're good, thank you. All right, so we're going to move on to 11.5, best practices for efficient meetings. Who's giving that report? Would that be our clerk?
Mayor Casey, that will be me, Jennifer Woodward, City Clerk. So hopefully I can be very efficient as we do this one. So at a prior council meeting, City Council did direct staff to look into options for creating more efficient City Council meetings. City Clerk staff did look into this. This is something that comes up at many different agencies throughout the state. And so we did an analysis of council meetings that have occurred since January 17th through April 15th, 2024. Oh, thank you. So of those 33 meetings, 17 meetings were 5 hours or longer. And then looking deeper into those council meetings, we broke it down as follows. About 22% of the meeting length was staff time, 55% council time, and 23% public time. This does not include, this isn't a breakdown of what happens in closed session, obviously, because we're not there. So do that. So in looking at that analysis, we wanted to divide this into 3 different buckets of how you can address meeting efficiency. First is to look at staff time. Previously, the City Council has commented that they would like city staff reports to be 5 minutes or less. However, there is no policy on this. This is something that the council could consider adopting in the future, with the understanding that there are going to be some complex issues that require more than 5 minutes. This is something that we could use our timer to regulate and help staff understand kind of how much time they are taking. And so that's one option there. Increase use of the consent calendar. And so the consent calendar, as you all know, are those more routine items that we put on the council agenda, agreements, amendments to agreements, grant reports, things such as that. And so we could use that more heavily to be able to maximize the efficiency and maximize time for more weighty or complicated issues for the council to discuss. And then finally, the more comprehensive staff reports. So our staff reports of the city of Hollister are actually fairly brief in comparison to other agencies. And so it could be possible that we could have our staff reports, those written staff reports, be more comprehensive to the issue to provide you that information in advance of the meeting. With the understanding that if you have a more comprehensive staff report, then it will likely take staff longer to analyze and write those staff reports. So it could potentially delay items coming back to the city council. The next bucket of time to look at was council time. And so these are some different suggestions that were used throughout the state to be able to help efficiency. Adhering to the posted agenda order, oftentimes we have agenda items that are taken out of order. And so that can sometimes create uncertainty for the members of the public who attend to not know where they might be. Oftentimes I get calls and other city clerk staff get calls saying, what time will the agenda item be on? And so sometimes we just give our best estimate and do our best, always telling them be here at 6:30 because it could come at any time. But that's one thing that could help with that. Continuing briefings with the city manager. This is conversations that city council members have with the city manager and using those to be able to ask any technical or clarifying questions so that you can get those asked ahead of the meeting so that they may not need to come up at the meeting. And so that can be very helpful to help the conversations move along at the public meeting. Limiting time for council questions and comments. This is something that's used in various agencies in different ways. One option is that each council member may be limited to 5 minutes each for council questions and or council comments. Other ways that it's handled is having an overall time limit for the council. So for perhaps 15 minutes for council questions, 15 minutes for council comments, and those would all be monitored with the timer. And so those are other options to be able to shorten it. Rotating the council assignment reports. So this is those reports that you do at the end of each council meeting where you report on intergovernmental agencies you may have attended. Also, this may be the requests for adding items to the future agenda. And so you could rotate this where only one member of the council reports at each meeting or is making requests at each meeting. So that could also shorten the time frame. Then you could also, with regards to that, adopt a policy for adding items to a future council agenda. This was something that was discussed in May of 2023. And at that time, the council did not take action on that policy. This is something that if directed by council, that staff could bring back for you to consider in the future. Additionally, we can limit presentations of council proclamations and certificates. This is something that we do at the start of many of our meetings. Sometimes they can be very brief and sometimes much more lengthy. And so you could limit this to maybe 1 per meeting or 2 or 3 per meeting, but try to keep it to 5 minutes or less total, which can also shorten that. And then finally, options to be able to shorten the time of the public may be speaking. So options for this is shortening public comment times. So for example, our current municipal code limits or states that public speakers can speak up to 3 minutes. You could reduce all speakers to 2 minutes is one option. Other option that can be done separately or in conjunction with that is basing the time limit on the number of speakers. For example, and as you see here, 5 or fewer speakers, 3 minutes each, 6 to 9, 2 minutes, or more than 10, 1 minute each. I've seen this done various ways at different agencies. I would recommend that this is something that the council would adopt as a policy or at least have it on the speaker cards so that members of the public would be aware of that in advance. Additionally, you may want to consider limiting the time to indicate the desire to provide public comment. Many times at our council meetings, I will get a number of speaker cards prior to the opening of public comment or the start of a public hearing. And so I often will report out, I have 12 comments or I have 5 comments. And then many others may come in during that time. And so you may want to limit that time and say it has to be submitted at the start of public comment, for example. Additionally, you know, as we saw tonight, there is the Zoom bombing that's going on. This also sometimes helps limit that because many of those people raise their hands later into the public comment portion of it. So in addition to those 3 kind of buckets of options, there's also procedural changes that the council can consider. These are things that wouldn't necessarily require any changes or policy. These are just ways that the council operates at the meeting. For example, rather than taking a vote to adjourn the meeting at the end of it, mayor can simply make that announcement that we're going to adjourn and state the time. Removing the verbal verification of agenda posting. This is something that the clerk does each meeting. Rather than having to report out on it, it can simply be included in the printed agenda that when it's posted of the date and where that agenda was posted. Registering a no vote on consent calendar items. So there is no rule that if you want to vote against a consent calendar item that you have to pull it from the consent calendar. You can simply, when prior to voting on the consent calendar, you can state that you're voting against one specific item, and that information would be included in the minutes. That doesn't limit you from pulling an item, but it's just another way that can potentially shorten it. And then finally, as we did tonight, and as we do sometimes, but not every time, providing a single opportunity for the public comments for items pulled from the consent calendar. So all of those public comments on consent agenda items will be taken at one time, as opposed to waiting until an item is pulled and then taking the comments. You could take it as one batch at the same time. So what this might look like. So what I did was I took a look at the March 18th, 2024 meeting. So the meeting was 388 minutes long. That did not include closed session. Of the staff presentations, there were 8 of them, and they took approximately 35 minutes. Council questions and comments was 179 minutes. Public comment, 100 minutes. There were 59 speakers, 6 of which submitted after the start of public comment. I did want to also note that although they only took 100 minutes, there at 3 minutes each, there would have been 177 minutes allocated for them. Special orders of the day, I believe there were 2 that evening, was 16. Council reports at the end of the meeting was 33. And then those other miscellaneous items that are listed here. So recess was 12 minutes. You could consider shortening that to 5 minutes by policy. Committee reports, procedural items, that's the verification of the agenda posting, announcing how to give public comment, things like that. And then city manager report, 3 minutes. So if you apply the various options that were listed out in the staff report, you can see how to potentially shorten that. If the staff presentations were no longer than 5 minutes, that would have taken it down to 24. Council questions and comments down to 114. Public comments, it would, if you did that option based on the number of speakers, it would have been 68 minutes instead of 100. Or if you allocated at 2 minutes each, it would be 118 minutes instead of the 177. Special orders of the day shortened to 5 minutes. Council reports would have been 5 minutes if you allowed for maybe 1 minute each, or if you did, perhaps one council member gave a report each meeting and gave them a total of 3 minutes. This is another kind of look at it, those miscellaneous items that you could potentially shorten. Committee reports, if you did it, there were only 2 that night, you could shorten it to 1 minute each. Or if you wanted to do it rotational, where one council member per meeting gave the report, then it would be 3 minutes. So depending on the menu of options that you chose to implement, the potential of that 388-minute meeting could have been 231. If you did, that's with the shorter public speakers based on the number of public speakers, which is 159 minutes. So about 2.5 hours, almost 3 hours shorter than the actual meeting that night. Or it could have been 288 minutes, which was 110 minutes less. So almost 2 hours shorter than the meeting of March 18th. And so those are all the various options that are kind of out there. There were many others that other cities have tried, some with varying success. And so I am here to answer any questions and open to the direction of the council. Thank you.
I'll start with you, Councilmember Press. Do you have any comments on some of those?
I like anything that's going to reduce the meetings to make it more efficient, and also not just to shorten the meetings, but to get the information out there that we need to make the decisions we need to make and to inform the public. Once, I guess that's kind of in the city manager updates or whatever it was up there. Like if we have questions, wouldn't it be better to submit them to staff ahead of time, for that way they can have the information ready for us to give us the information? Does that help?
Yes, that is one option. I know during the briefings with the city manager, those questions are often asked and that information is passed along to staff so we can know what to be prepared for at the meeting. I would caution you, it's something that I've done at previous agencies where written responses were given. That does put a big drain on staff time. It is quite lengthy to be able to pull out information together to provide a written response in advance of the meeting, but being able to pull together that clarifying and technical information ahead of the meeting is helpful when you ask those questions to the city manager.
Okay. Yeah, because it's not just about making this more efficient for city council or for department heads. It's for everybody to make it more streamlined. Good job. Love the information.
I think depending on the topic, if it's not a complicated topic, then 5 minutes would be great. I'm in favor of increasing the consent calendar. I am a big fan of more comprehensive written staff reports. I think if there is thorough analysis, it minimizes, like the fire one that we had today. It was extremely comprehensive and a lot of my questions were answered, so it minimized council time, which is, it sounds like the majority of the time that we need to kind of close. In favor of the city manager briefings. I think if we are going to limit council questions and comments, it should be per council member, not the total, because some will never have a chance if that happens. I didn't say names. I just said individual.
And just a note on that, one of the things that I saw where they did do it total for the entire council, that they would rotate who started so that there was trying to be some equality, equity and
Start on
how
this
you
side
handle it.
first.
So that was how others handled it.
I'm in favor of having council submit written announcements and reports. That way we can just hand it over and it's in the minutes. There's some things that, like on several committees that I have, there's so much information. I'd rather just give you the executive summary of each of the committee reports and not have to report on that unless specific action is required by city council. I don't want to limit the presentations on proclamations or certificates. Or maybe if we do limit it, maybe it's like 5 to 10 minutes, but I think public recognition is part of what we do here. I like the baseline limit on the number of speakers, and the way that other jurisdictions do it is that once the first speaker speaks, that closes the queue. And so you know exactly how many, and people don't continue to add cards. And yeah, I think there's a lot of things that you mentioned at the last meeting where if there are no questions, that way we don't have to go through each individual city council members. I think, I know we do Rosenberg's, but when there's the Robert's Rules of Orders, usually the mayor can say if there are no objections, and then we can move forward on a lot of things so that we don't have to spend a lot of time going through each individual council member. That's it. Thank you for the thorough report, like the analysis. That's Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So, I would recommend that, not tonight, because some people are sleepy. I would recommend bringing this back and going forward through it item by item, because I think I support all of them, but some are contradictory of one another because you gave us options. And so I think that this is great, and I'm willing to try it. And so my 2 cents is, the only thing I would absolutely comment on tonight would simply be, I do think I like your idea of making the public comment a policy. And for me, I think that's probably the most important piece to start with. But I'm open to any of this if it can work better. And I actually like the idea, even as we're doing this now, where often, because I'm the most gabby, the mayor gets me out of the way first. But I like the idea of rotating it back and forth so that everybody gets an opportunity to speak. And I'm not inclined to want to repeat what others have said, but if I'm first, I'm going to probably say everything. Well, it might be on all council members' minds, not necessarily agreeing, but it kicks off the conversation. And so I'd like to bring this back and just go through it line by line. And in my mind, that could be done at the city clerk's convenience, or we could actually even do that. Well, even we could just take this presentation and give her our written feedback on them item by item. And it could be as simple as yes, no, maybe so. And so, because it's a great presentation, a lot of information. I think we will be more efficient, more effective, and maybe a little less political. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So I pretty much, the only thing I really don't like is more comprehensive reports because I don't want to bog down more staff time. I'll be quite honest with you. I think everything else is totally doable. The one thing I would suggest is that, you know, as far as questions go, I don't know if it's a great idea for us to submit our questions beforehand because even though we do the briefings and we talk to staff and everything, sometimes you get something during a presentation you want to question. So I don't want to limit that, but what I would suggest is if there's a way for us to like digitally submit our questions, we have computers right here. We can just shoot it over to city manager. He has those questions and he could just run through them real quick and say, boom, 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 keep it more efficient. And then I don't want to like micromanage what you guys think is best. Like I don't want to sit here and go over it because that's again, we're bogging down your time, our time, the public's time. I think I'm just going to punt it off to you guys and let you come back to us with suggestions. The only thing I would say is that we kind of titrate this out because it's a lot of changes. So I would say you do like a couple of things at a meeting and do that for a couple of meetings and then adopt a couple more things and do that until we have a chance to adjust to everything. I don't think we can do this all at once. That just doesn't sound very reasonable. Those would be my suggestions.
Mayor, I have one follow-up question.
Okay.
Just one.
Keep it brief.
I'll do my best. So, let me get the sleepy dirt out of my eyes. Did you look at the possibility of putting up an electronic board on the wall? Most places I'm familiar with has that. So frankly, all the voting goes just by yes or no.
Yes, we did look at that in our new eScribe agenda management system. If you notice, the agenda looks a little different this week, was implemented, and it does have that capability, and it's something that we are trained on and we can go ahead and launch. I will say from my experience and checking with others, that voting can actually take a little bit longer because it takes a little bit of time for everybody to, you know, vote yes, no, abstain, whatever it may be. But it is something that we're looking into implementing as well. So.
Okay, so interestingly enough, we did kind of have some conversations before and I did with the city manager. We've actually implemented a few of these already, even though you didn't know it. And I've noticed that the city manager has increased the consent calendar, and I think that's been helping us get through a lot more. So I'm all in favor of that. And I, as chair, I do have some, you know, limited powers. And one of the things is the agenda order. All of the requests that were coming in, we're not doing that anymore. It's too, not only is it confusing for me, but you know, we have had consultants sitting waiting, and because we push 2 or 3 items to the beginning, you know, we're paying consultants to sit there for 5 or 6 hours. It just doesn't make any sense. And I just think, given especially with our new start time and all of that, I would like to keep the order as the order. And I know, with our new system, I think things are actually, they flow much better. And so I'm appreciating that. I have been trying to rotate where I start with things, so I don't always go down the line. We've been trying to shorten time as we've seen the numbers, but it has been hard because you're right. There are a couple of folks that like to be last and they wait until you're halfway done and you'll get 3 more people and it pushes you over. So I'm all in favor of reducing to 2 minutes across the board, but we can talk about that, like Councilmember Burns said, you know, and go into it a little more detail and decide. The public recognition, I agree that we don't want to get rid of that for sure, but I think it could certainly be limited where we don't have like 5 of them in one evening. We usually have 1 or 2, but if we just keep it down, I don't think it's going to be too big of a time drain. What else? I don't know about the comprehensive staff reports. On the one hand, I like it. On the other hand, it seems like a lot of work for the staff to do really comprehensive ones. I'm not sure about the rotating council assignment reporting. I think that's a little confusing. But I do think if we could start paying attention to how long we speak and keeping it shorter, it's the same thing with questions and comments. I think it's something we could all work on. I think that's it. And certainly we could bring it back and talk more about it.
Just in response to that, before we have public comment, if there are any that the council wants to move forward with tonight, we can go through the list a little bit tonight and you can give direction on it. If it's pretty straightforward, those procedural ones, we can go ahead and start going forward. One I mentioned in the staff report, but I didn't mention tonight is with regards to those consent agenda items, the council actually adopted changes to the agenda order last year in November. And so in that, it stated that the consent agenda items would go at the end of the meeting, and we haven't
ones
been
that are pulled, right?
the ones that are pulled. And so that we haven't been doing that at this time. And so that's something for the council to consider if we want to be taking those at the end of the meeting. It's entirely up to you. Again, having, taking public comments together or not having to pull an item to vote against it may help so that fewer items are pulled. So that's entirely up to you. So.
What's the will?
Bring it back.
And then we do have one public speaker. Is
Okay.
the hand still raised? Yes,
Mayor,
we
I
do
did
have one public speaker as well.
One question about pulling the items that the city clerk mentioned and in past versions, members of the community could pull an item as well. So is that still possible? And if so, does that then push that to the end as well?
I did not see anything in the municipal code that stated that the public could. I believe that might have been a practice of the
Right.
city council, and so that's up to you. You can set that practice or not.
You said we had a public.
We do
speaker?
have one public comment, from Elias Salinas.
Thank you. Good evening. I have been known to pull consent items. It's been a while for the city, but I do pull them consistently with the county supervisors. And then if I pull more than one, and I pull a few, so they give you up to a limit of 5 minutes to discuss all that. Then the supervisors then make a decision whether they themselves want to pull them. Now, the only reason I pull an item is for transparency purposes. I have a problem when there are consent items that go under and no one's pulling them and no one's reading them because it's such a large agenda. I take a long time to study these things. Now, for transparency purposes, another thing that I would strongly recommend is asking questions. Ask a question to the presenter, whether it's staff or whatever it is, so that you may know the answer, but you want the public to know what the answer is, so that the public is educated as to why you're going to say certain things or vote a certain way or not vote a certain way. Limiting it, I am notorious for submitting my name on an item that I was not even planning on speaking, and or when I hear misinformation being said, then I will then submit my name. So submitting the name, cutting it off when the subject starts is not, to me, is not a good idea, because you're now censoring myself and other people who also do the same thing. But your job is really important. You are running a multi-million-dollar corporation, the city. And making it as fast as possible of a meeting does not make it that better of a job. It is your responsibility, whether you're there until 2 o'clock in the morning. And the consent agenda items probably should be pulled in the beginning of the meeting. And then those that are going to be discussed then come back at the end of the meeting. And if the person who pulled an item stays, they don't stay, whatever happens, you have the option. You've discussed it before. If you think your meetings are too long, then make a meeting on a Tuesday at 9 o'clock. And then those people that are consultants, then you say at a certain time, closer to 1:30, which is what the supervisors do, we're going to call these items so that those people know that they can show up in the afternoon. They don't have to be in the morning. You could do the same thing for evening appointments and say on or about 7:30, these items are going to be pulled because there are people that come from out of town, presenters, consultants, whatever it be, and you can hear them at that time. Thank you. I appreciate you letting me speak.
Thank you.
And those are all the public comments for this item.
So are we going to go through things now, or do you want to wait and go through them later? What's the will?
Mayor, my recommendation is let's wait, do it in a follow-up. And between now and then, we have some homework to do so we can actually have a clear position on something.
Yep.
Sounds good to me. Just,
Okay, so we'll bring this back at a future item or future agenda.
Great
do-
item though.
Bro, are there any of those kind of simpler procedural ones that you want to implement at this time that don't require any changes or policies?
Madam Mayor,
yes, Vice Mayor.
I liked all the procedural ones. I'll be honest, I wrote down all the procedural ones, so I'm okay with that.
Do you want to tick them off for us? Because I
No,
don't want to
that's
just say,
okay.
oh, yay, and then go, wait, no, I didn't want that. So
No, that's okay. I'm
Yeah.
happy to go
Go to
back. You
procedure.
wanna click? No,
Turn it on.
It's done. These are them, but we can always bring these back at a future if you want to discuss them more.
We could simply work
Yeah.
these ones into, the notes and everything and without bringing a policy back.
Yeah, this doesn't. need to
That's
go
just
through policies.
procedural.
I think they're all pretty straightforward, but the last one, just a question mark, whether to just have the single opportunity at the beginning of public comment, or if items get pulled, do we allow them to speak when they're going over that item? That's the only question for me.
So when you were talking about, because you have different buckets,
Mhm.
why not just tackle one bucket at each meeting?
We can do that. We can do it however you'd like.
So then do we want to tackle the procedural bucket since we're looking at it? Let's do
Buckets
that.
on the
It's the
bucket
coun-
list,
it's
right?
the
It's a
council's
bucket-
will.
It's your bucket list.
The council's will.
So
If there are ones that require more discussion and you'd prefer to bring it back, that's fine.
I
since I
just-
know we are at 10
yeah,
o'clock.
I asked the question about, do we want to just provide single opportunity, the last one, for public comment for items that get pulled? Or do we want to allow people to give their public comment when the pulled item is reviewed? What's the will on that one?
I think it's more appropriate to give it in context to when the item's presented versus just.
So if
the-
it's pulled, let them
Yeah.
speak at the
Yeah.
time it's pulled.
Yes.
I'd be okay with that.
And if, if the item is pulled after members of the public have already spoken, just to get clarification on that.
Shouldn't
'cause
we
that-
be talking about it first before?
Typically, the council
public's-
asks general questions of it. They may not have pulled it. And so then we take public comment and then sometimes you pull it after. So.
Mayor, may I add a suggestion?
Sure.
It seems like we have agreement on the first three, but
Mhm.
there's some back and forth on the fourth bullet.
Mhm.
And there's a desire to bring it back. So would you be willing to entertain, we just do the first three procedurally, and then when we do the other, when we bring the other item back, we bring that fourth bullet as an option to discuss? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd also like to suggest that maybe while we're here tonight, because I think it was well presented on creating the policy for the public comment. The council recently amended the ordinance, and I don't think there's a reason to wait. I actually like the formula of 3, 2, and 1 based on the number of speakers. And I don't see a reason to delay that either. I think that could be an easily implemented practice moving forward as well. If the council's supportive or wants to consider one of the other options, I'm fine with that as well.
Any thoughts on that?
I'm fine with the suggestion by the council member.
I'm fine with it as well, but I would also want to include that at the end of the first public comment, we're cut off. I don't know how we say that. Yeah.
And we can work on that and
Yeah,
bring that back. for
Because that
council
is,
decision.
that is a problem, so.
Okay. Is there council direction on that? Is there consensus? Okay. Thank you.
Right. To be continued. All right, so committee assignments, Councilmember Perez, any committee assignments, meetings that you've attended?
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Morales, did you have any?
And bag retention of $10.1 million for the Regional Early Action Planning 2.0 grant. To retain our funding for transportation in our region. So a letter of support was requested from the city council and staff has a copy of that letter.
So I'm gonna start this off and then I'm gonna call on Councilmember Burns to finish this. We had our Since you don't report out on a lot of meetings, I figure you gotta give some input. So we had our economic ad hoc committee with just Councilmember Burns, myself, and the city manager, just to kind of check in and talk about the parklet meetings we've had and the future, ones we may have. And also, I think we talked about doing a survey just to talk, kind of get it out to the community, to get more input on the downtown and, how things are going with the parklets and other things. And then we talked about some other things, but I'll let you add to that.
Mayor, I think you've covered it adequately, and so
Well, we did talk about other things, like other events and potential events.
well, we did about other special events, but I think it's premature to.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Also informational reports. Councilmember Morales, you want to start?
Yes. I think this was on the other one, but I also forgot to talk about the cannabis ad hoc committee. So we had a meeting with our city manager, city attorney to review the policy. We agreed that we were going to hear community members' concerns at a different meeting. And there was recommendations made on kind of some key issues, and there's going to be follow-up meetings with the city attorney's office on that, and then we will resume conversations on the policy to bring back. Staff has already provided input. On the informational, I had a wonderful, was invited to the Red Dress event for Native Americans, for Indigenous women that were missing and murdered. There was, I think, 130 people that attended that event. On a regional level, the assembly member I forgot his name. Sorry, the assembly member who leads the Native American caucus, and I thought his input was really the asks that the community is making for the state is one, acknowledgement that Native American women and children or people are missing and murdered, and they're looking for law enforcement assistance and just making sure that they're not invisible. To not being erased, or the narrative, the historical narrative to be brought back in terms of what should be taught in schools. So and talked about how representation really matters, just so that people are seen. So I thought that was beautiful, and it was a beautiful event. So thank you. That is all.
Councilmember Perez, did you have any comments or reports?
I'd like to hear from the Visit San Benito. They wanted to come and do presentation. And it is weird being here this late. I'm not used to it again. It's easy. Planning Commission. I hear we need a couple of planning commission officers. I'd like to put that out to public also. I have my own candidates, but I want to see who else is out there. Also, is this the proper time to bring up an investigation about an incident that happened this last Saturday?
Sure.
Oh, yeah, okay. The incident I referred to you this last weekend. I'd like an investigation done on that. I don't know what else I'm supposed to say to that.
Is that enough? Do you need more data? I have a feeling we're gonna.
I don't need any more data unless you need more data,
No.
Mayor.
Besides that, that's it.
Okay, Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have just a couple things. I would support a presentation from Visit San Benito as well. I think that I'm excited to hear about this group and see how we can help to support them, to help them help us. I also had one of the residents in the Clearview area reach out requesting that we look at speeds and enforcement on Hillcrest down near Mays, from Hillcrest down, from Clearview down Hillcrest to Mays Middle School. Apparently the speeds are getting up. The residents expressed a request for consideration for speed bumps on Meridian. And I know we have now some speed tables that we might be able to use. And so I would just like to better understand the dynamic there, because again, it's a council priority to make our streets in areas of schools and parks safe. And I know there are already speed bumps on Clearview that have been there from Hillcrest to Meridian. They've been there probably 20 or more years, and they're the permanent type that were done with asphalt. And so whatever we can do to look at that, and I'd ask the chief of police through the city manager to ensure maybe some more visible enforcement of the laws there if there are in fact violations. And so that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. And Vice Mayor, I think you had a couple things as well.
Thank you. So before the meeting started today, I had a conversation with the city attorney and the mayor. And at that time, the mayor stated that she did not have a conversation with Councilmember. So I'm getting conflicting stories on that. However,
At break, sir, at break. I hadn't when I spoke to you.
the reason I bring this up is because I think that staff, the public, council members, any elected officials should be able to go to a ribbon cutting and not get harassed, verbally assaulted, or much worse, physically assaulted. And unfortunately, that wasn't the case this past week.
Or age abuse.
That wasn't the case. I know that staff has an obligation, and it's my understanding that the staff is doing what they need to do to ensure that the staff is protected on all levels. There has been, as far as the physical assault goes, there's been a police report filed. There's a current investigation going on in regards to that. But unfortunately, this is what happened at this weekend ribbon cutting. So the council has an obligation to act. When there is an issue at the council level, it says clearly in the code of conduct that they have an obligation to act. So that's why I'm bringing it up publicly. I am asking, number one, I think that the council members should resign from the current position, but given their extensive criminal history and the number of infractions have occurred towards our staff before, I doubt that's going to happen. So what I'm asking for the council to take a position on tonight, regardless of the outcome of any investigations, is that at the next city council meeting, that there are immediate sanctions to protect the public and keep the council member away from any public interactions, any interactions with staff or other elected officials, and including removal of all committees. And it says that we can enact any other without having the investigation done that we see fit sanctions. So I'm asking for you to take action on that tonight. Number two, I'm asking for you to weigh in on having an investigation to gather the facts of what happened at the council level. So I'll wait for your response. Thank you.
Okay, so we did have a discussion and you did talk about an investigation, which is also, I think, the same investigation which Councilmember Perez is asking for.
Yes.
And my recommendation would be to do the investigation. I think establishing facts is important because there seems to be conflicts in between council members. So I wouldn't want to take action on something I don't have. I was not there, I did not see. So I'm not going to jump in and take action on something until we get an investigation. I don't know how the rest of council feels, but that's my opinion. Anything, Councilmember Burns?
Sure, thank you. So absolutely agree. We have a code of conduct for a reason. It's unfortunate that once again we find ourselves in this conflict. I do believe in transparency and accountability, but I also believe that we would be premature in taking any kind of an action until an investigation is completed. And so based on the outcome of an investigation, I would be prepared to take whatever action would be appropriate based on the outcome and things that would be sustained. And so here we go again.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So
Yes.
it looks like Councilmember Burns answered the second part of the question that I posed, but I'd like to hear from the rest of the council as to whether or not we can take this up on the next agenda item. Sorry, next agenda.
I'm sorry, I'm misunderstanding. Take what
possibly-
up on the next agenda, because we just talked about waiting until investigation is done before you agendize anything, so we can get the facts.
Well, according to our policy,
Mhm.
the council can take action now. I've heard from Councilmember Burns, he wants to wait for the investigation. I'd like to know the position of yourself and
I
Councilmember
feel exactly
Morales.
the same way. Councilmember Morales. how do you
I
feel?
agree, and I stated that.
Yeah, I
so-
thought we did. but-
I think we're all in agreement. And we're not gonna, I heard that we're not gonna take any action until we hear the outcome of the investigation. So that should answer the second part.
Councilmember Press, what's your feelings?
You know what, if I get up here and I start talking, we're gonna go through the whole debate right here, because his story seems to be a lot different than my story. Because it's like, what he's talking about is a lot different than what I'm talking about. I'm talking about this guy's pushing around a senior. I'm 60 years old. And so that's what I mean. I don't even want to start.
Yeah,
So
I
you wait
think
for
you
the-
should, my recommendation would be to do the investigation.
So you're in favor of that, to do the
Oh, yeah, definitely,
investigation?
because
get the
I'm a
facts.
senior.
Okay,
It's like, this guy's 3 times my size.
okay. All right,
Okay.
then let's. well,
So you're
let's do the
claiming that I
invest-
pushed
okay.
you? Is that what you
Can we
said?
have some order, please? We're not going to have a discussion right now. We need to have an investigation, and then we can talk. After that, we can agendize something. All right, city manager, did you want to go through and?
I didn't say anything. I'm just shaking my head in disbelief.
So just to recap, I think we got clarity on that last item, AMBAG support letter for the REAP funding. Council member Morales had asked, they have a template if there's support there. Okay. And for council member Perez, I saw 2 thumbs up for Visit San Benito presentation. And on Clearview, the chief and I will discuss that one. There is a couple areas in there. I'd have to look where it's like county and it transitions in there where there's some county pockets, but we'll take a look at that. And that is all that I had from going around for consensus.
I realize I didn't actually do a report, but good. Yeah, I think, all right, so if there's nothing further, can I just say that I'm adjourning the meeting and we won't make a motion? Good night, everyone.